Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb. I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I won't give back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Damn right we will. An asteroid the size of a super yacht to pass by Earth, says NASA. We'll get into it. A little other thing associated that's very interesting with that story. Archaeologists discovered a 17th century Polish vampire with a sickle across her neck, meant to prevent a return from the dead. We'll examine main story of the day, the Whitelash behind Minneapolis's plan to fire white teachers explained. Go free lesson of the day, anti-whiteism in commercials from the glossary, PTP, potential to power, and the MC, the beginning of which is, you don't believe in group responsibility? Your calls, comments, and questions, and then, if there are any children in the room, please turn down the volume, because there is this. An anti-white guy insisted on only having sex in the dark. After 20 years of thinking that he wanted the lights off just because he was muscleless and disgusting looking, his anti-white hispid wife decides to turn on the lights and finds him wearing a strap-on. "You impotent bastard! How could you lie to me?" she demands. He calmly looks her in her beady anti-white eyes and says, "I'll explain the strap-on. You explain the kids." And we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know if the mic is okay. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And we see that the great lovely Porridge is even here with us, starting the Going Free Gathering today. It's great to see you, brother. It's great to see every single one of you. Let me check the audio just on my own to make sure that it's okay. And we'll keep rolling because we were doing a lot of different things here to get started. Hey, it's the beginning of the month. So we're going to head right over and take a look at and celebrate all of those who give financially, gifting to yours truly automatically without any thought to it. It just happens every month, once a month. And we're going to laud those individuals right now. We're going to begin with the all-stars on the honors roll call. Please get ready to break out your 07s, your raucous emojis, your V's for victory, your W's for win, whatever it might be. And we're going to start off with the biggest of the all-stars, and that is Promethean Healing. And then following closely, we have the great Final Blossom. And who else do we have in the all-stars section? We have No White Guilt Clips, ladies and gentlemen. And we also have Child of Lindbergh and the ever loyal, ever there for you and us, Joseph is there as well. And let's see if we have anybody else in the all-star segment. We do. Honoris. What is that? Like a Roman, once Roman leader, perhaps. Great to see you, and thank you very much. And continuing with the honors roll call, now we have Starshine Girl and User 15 and User 5E and User CB, as well as Gex and Maverint, also Zenzak and Mr. Walker, Greg as well, Ian also there as User 42, another Greg, this one with an A on the end. Thank you so much. And continuing, we have Connor and Mark and checking on Jack as well as a Gregory J, an all-star, Ben K, Wingit, as well as Save Civilization Now, King Petres, the one and only. He's here, ever loyal. Brad C, as well in the honors roll call. And we also have a Happy Cat. That's a Happy Cat over there as Michigan Wave, as well as JP is there. And we have W Maximilian, and Wayne is on that list, as so is JK and WK Hendrickson. And rounding out the top, if your name was not heard, then let me know if you are on one of these monthly gifting tiers, and I will see what the problem is. But rounding out the top is Scott M. Thank you all so much. A big salute 07 to all of you. Thank you so very much for your wonderful service to White Wellbeing, to the work that I am doing, to our reclamation of our destiny here in service, to our people, our biospirit, never to be stopped, never to be dissuaded, never an anti-white argument that we can't destroy and rip right up from the roots. Wonderful to see everybody over there at Odyssey. We already have The West is the Best writing. Hi, Jason. No White Guilt is the real deal. That he is. Thank you so much. And Triangular and Battlecat and everybody over at D-Live, great to see you all. If you would like to financially gift over the course of this stream, you can do so with a cryptocurrency. With a cryptocurrency, you can financially gift. You can head on over to Cash App with a cryptocurrency if you would like to do it during the show and you want me to know it. Or you can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org and you can click on the financial gift tab. You click on that, you'll see wallet, the wallet addresses that we use. You'll also see a snail mail address that we use. You may also financially gift at Cash App with your dollars. Description in the URL, as is the case with all of these. Over there on Entropy, which is up and running at 15% cost to you, as well as Odyssey at 15% cost to you. At least the folks at Entropy care about your free speech. So if you're thinking about it, that would be a place to consider. If you have any questions or comments over the course of this wonderful gathering to begin our week on Sunday, maybe you went to church earlier, but here is where you get the energy to conquer the world. To begin, you can head on over with your comments or questions to Entropy, to the question widget, which is also affectionately known as the Tall Kevin widget. And you can write them there. They will not disappear unless you or I delete them. Or you can, on any of these platforms, tag me as No White Guilt, No White Guilt, and I will then see it. It will become orange for me, and I will respond to your question or comment. If you want to disagree, that's wonderful. Just do it respectfully. Or the troll slayers who will respect you, so please respect them. They'll give you opportunities. They'll say, please don't do that. If you do it again, they'll delete that comment. Then if you do it again, they'll delete that comment. Then if you do it again, they will delete you. That's how the world works, my friends. You have to learn how to behave like an adult. Everyone else, we love you. We thank you to be here. And everyone who is new, welcome, welcome, welcome. Please ask any questions you like in the live chat. Pose them to me. Our community is the most loving of all in the white sympathetic sphere. We will get to what you have to ask or say sooner or later. But first, we're going to get right on over to the very first story of today. And then I will be definitely checking in on the live chat throughout this wonderful gathering. Like looking at now, it says, Wise Justice, Polish vampires? Yes. Lycomedes, the great Lycomedes, just released a song today. You might want to head on over there and check that out on his platform. It was glorious. West Middlebrook says, what is this? Without Jason, we would have no going free. For Jason is our true hero of our time. Wow, thank you very much for writing that. That's fantastic. I appreciate it. No focus, Nick. No focus on other races of mankind. We focus on ourselves because we have agency and we love our people. We're going to begin with the asteroid the size of a super yacht to pass Earth, says NASA. Think about this. I want you all to think about this, that we were talking not that long ago about context shifting scenarios, and it was just a couple of months where they said, okay, that big asteroid that was supposed to destroy Earth, it's now in a tiny bit off and it's going a different direction. It won't actually hit Earth and maybe destroy all life on it. But they're talking now about all these others. And we talked about how easy it is for these things to sneak up on us. And this is a great example. 3 asteroids, one of which is as large as a Russian oligarch. Now, this is interesting. This is very interesting. And maybe these people who like to focus on other races of mankind might find this interesting. We focus on ourselves, but listen tight. Don't go anywhere just yet. Asteroid the size of super yacht. Now, this is on Microsoft News, and they got this news from I'll tell you at the end. 3 asteroids, one of which is large as a Russian oligarch, Roman Abramovich's super yacht, are set to fly past Earth this Monday, tomorrow, according to NASA's asteroid tracker. How big is the asteroid coming toward Earth in 2022? That one that's coming now? It's considerably larger than the RW is considerably larger than the other 2 and has an estimated width ranging from 63 meters to 140 meters. To put that in perspective, at minimum, the asteroid 2022 RW is around half the size of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Half the size of the Great Pyramid of Giza. But at maximum, this asteroid is much larger, comparable in size to the Solaris, the super yacht owned by, and this is what it says here, this is what they wrote, Russian Jewish oligarch Roman Abramovich. Microsoft News, and they picked it up from the Jerusalem Post. So it seems like there are a bunch of oligarchs at odds in the United States and Russia. Thought we were told he was Russian. We also have this, ladies and gentlemen, the Polish vampires we're wondering about. Archaeologists discovered a 17th century Polish vampire with a sickle across her neck, meant to prevent a return from the dead. The skeletal remains of a female vampire were found in a 17th century Polish graveyard. with a sickle across her neck to prevent her from rising from the dead. Professor Durish Polinsky from Nicholas Copernicus University headed the archaeological dig that led to the discovery of the remains, which were found wearing a silk cap and with a protruding front tooth, the Daily Mail reported Friday. The sickle was not laid flat, but placed on the neck in such a way that if the deceased had tried to get up, the head would have been cut off or injured, Polinsky told the Mail. In the 11th century, citizens of Eastern Europe reported fears of vampires and began treating their dead with anti-vampire rituals, according to Smithsonian Magazine, believing that some people who died would crawl their way out of their graves as blood-sucking monsters that terrorized the living. So, ladies and gentlemen, it appears that we now have our answer on how to handle bitchy women. A sickle across the... We thought they might have been witches and burned at the stake. And that sounds like maybe that's how they did when women got all uppity and such at different points in the history of our people. We just said, look, a witch, and we set them on fire. Well, our people over in Eastern Europe, they had another way of handling women that got uppity and tried to interfere with civilization. They would call them vampires and put sickles over their throat. And that is the rest of the least before turning into the Whitelash behind Minneapolis's plan to fire white teachers, explained. And this is over here on a titillating online rag called The Griot, I bet. And the author here, looking like a 1960s Black Panther, Michael Harriot. It doesn't sound appropriate for Mr. Harriot. Oh boy, do you have we had some more of these trolls, some more of these me-nots show up to contend with my army of troll slayers? It's like it is as pathetic in video gaming, where you have like hordes and hordes of these ugly small dick trolls, just like the me-nots, small-brained, and they come running down the hill, and there are not more than a handful of noble warriors, and they break out their very prodigious swords, and they go to town hacking their way, metaphorically, through the hordes of the me-nots, and limbs and gore, and limbs and gore. The conservatives at Fox News, writes Harriot, called it discrimination. They just call it discrimination when you have decided that you're going to fire, and everybody you're going to fire is going to be white people. It's just in quotes. The neo-Confederates, the neo-Confederates at the Heritage Foundation, oh my gosh, they were down the street from me. And if he calls them neo-Confederates, wow, that you couldn't be further from the truth. I mean, they broke away from what then was considered like the heartbeat of the conservative movement, so they could be a little bit more anti-white. I mean, can you imagine that? To go from Con Inc. and to say, we think just a dash more of anti-whiteism will make it all better. The neo-Confederates at the Heritage Foundation said, quote, it violates Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. It violates Title VII of the Civil Rights in their best nerd voices with tape running around the middle of their glasses. Of the Civil Rights Act, of the Equal Protection Clause. A headline in the official digital outlet of white nationalism asks, quote, aren't we better than Minneapolis teachers unions fire whites own first policy. Are we better than that? No. You see, Harriet, and remember, Harriet is actually a large non-white man who looks like he was potentially the member of the Black Panther movement in the 1960s. So it's going to clash in your head a little bit, but just follow. Just follow. They are referring to the newest issue in the white outrage industrial complex. Any white person complain. Any white person say, and how are they complaining here? It's a violation of Title VII. Aren't we better than this? I mean, this is conservative ink for you. This is con ink for you. Not the rank and file, good folks, as we hit the bottom of the first hour here in service to white well-being. Going free today, and it's a glorious day, let me tell you. We're taking back our destiny one piece at a time every day. Even when we have the headwind of the anti-white monsters ahead of us, and then all the me-nots bubbling around like burnt popcorn, trying to pull us back down into their mire. It's not happening. We're not going to let you do that, scum. So here you have this guy, and it's a great example. All you have to do is say something as, aren't we better than that? And it's a white outrage in industrial complex. A contract between Minneapolis public schools and he says this is the outrage, the white outrage industrial complex. And I have not read this yet, but you know very well he's going to be complaining about the Minneapolis, because that's an ancient Aryan word, because it's just, so you can look back and see with all of this, the white people are just so evil. Public schools and the Minneapolis Federation of Teachers. The conservative media has latched on to the plan as yet another example of the rising oppression of Caucasian America, according to the collectively bargained agreements detractors. MPS will target, MPS. Minneapolis Public Schools. That's funny. They're MPs. MPS will target white teachers for layoffs to solve for past discrimination. Now, we're going to be covering in the next segment of this gathering, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be digging into the Go Free method, and you're going to learn about how to handle when they're talking about this collective responsibility. Bravo Sierra. All right, so don't go anywhere. According to the collectively bargained agreement detractors, past discrimination. That's why they're doing it. That's why they're going to fire all the white teachers first. At least so says the griot. Somehow, people who lack critical thinking skills and seasoning experience can be beguiled into believing a contract that was collectively bargained by a majority white coalition is anti-white. Somehow they can be. So how many, this whole thing, you all know who are implementing the Go Free method. Please tell those who are new, whether they're with us now or they'll be with us later in replay, if not later in the gathering, that you have already heard several meme pathogens that in our story, as you would address it, you would crush. You would absolutely crush. You would be the moral actor. This guy would look totally immoral. You would win the day and walk away with your chin high. And white women would pull their clothes off and throw flowers at you. And children would run up for your autographs. If you stay inside of the anti-white narrative, then you will discover that you don't have a response to anything that he's saying. Nothing that can succeed. Nothing that will make you moral. Nothing that will recapture our destiny. Perhaps they are willing to ignore past discrimination part of the story. Maybe the outraged victims of this brand new act of reverse racism, what idiots that use that, don't care that this contract is 4 months old. However, okay, so if white people are involved, what this guy's saying, if a white person wants it, then it can't be anti-white. If you're going free, can you defeat that argument? Of course you can. So if white people are there, then it can't be anti-white, is what he's saying. Then he's saying, well, it's been in place for 4 months. Therefore, as though anti-whites don't take on and white erase and destroy everything that we do, irrespective of how long it has been in place and how legitimate it is, etc. But this has been in 4 months. So therefore, it can't be undone. You remember I told you all the conversation I had with the barista at Starbucks, where he was talking about the living constitution, and it can be changed, and it should be able to be changed easily. And I said, well, it can be changed, but it's hard to change it. And he said, no, it should be changed easily. It's living. It's alive. We should be able to change it. And I said, okay, well, what happens when we get it to the place you want it to be? And it says this. And I stated something anti-white. I said, no, we're going to take it away. And he said, you can't do that. Oh, okay. I got it now. I figured it out. You lying POS. Once you get what you want, once you have the anti-whiteism you want, then it becomes stone and can never be changed. But until it's stone, until you have what you want and it becomes stone, it's living, it's mine, and therefore you can destroy it. Harriet goes on. However, there is a bigger issue with the conservative narrative that should be included in the current conversation. Of course, would you also say anything as stupid as reverse racism? My gosh, I was actually a child telling adults not to use that. That's how long ago I figured that one out. Firing white teachers, writes Harriet, I'm not joking, is actually a great idea. Allow me to explain. First of all, why are teachers being laid off? Don't we need more teachers? Well, aside from the idea that most people believe we need more teachers, the American education system also has a long-standing policy that we should pay teachers. Oh, how witty of him. Only by half. And because most teachers prefer to be paid with money, wow, who does he think he's impressing with these like little half quips? Kindergartners? A lack of school funding prevents Minneapolis public schools from paying all of its teachers. Oh, and why would Minneapolis be running out of money for their public schools? Before I read any further, and I'll say again, I didn't read this. Who took a look at this with her supersonic abilities and then told me this would be a good one for you to look over? Who could look at an entire article and in a matter of less than a minute know the entire thing and then say this would be a good one? Wasn't me. She also said, unfortunately, before she actually began thinking about this and breaking it down with the go free method, you can't argue with this guy. And I said, oh, yes, you can, huh? You can. Why can't MPS afford to pay its teachers? I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's because they, with their anti-white policies of victimizing Western kind, fleecing us for the dollars that we work hard to acquire, the middle class. It's not the wealthy. They're out of Dodge a long time ago. It's the middle class of white people who are the avatar for all that is seen as worthy of jealousy and envy by anti-whites of all races, white and non-white. They fleece us. They rob us. We are dehumanized. We're victimized when we are around. We're raped. We're murdered. We're robbed. Our stores are set afire. We're robbed from our stores. And then the anti-whites in government say it's okay for them to rob you at your store. You deserve it. You deserve to be punished. The only time that people care about the laws that victimize like white shop owners is when the shop owner is no longer white because they've been driven out of business and it's now a Korean person. And then he fights back and stabs the other non-white person who's attacking them. And then the law applied to him. And then people say, wait a second, that was meant for white shop owners. Release him from prison immediately. He was merely defending himself. So the white population begins leaving Minneapolis. At the same time that this is happening to the white working population in Minneapolis and all the businesses there, they're saying in the schools, why doesn't every group of kids have the exact same scores? Well, and then they begin implementing all of these anti-white strategies until eventually they've just said, well, we've got to just lower standards down to 0 so that everybody can have the same scores. In the process of implementing these standards, what have they done? One of the main things they always do, is she was joking when she said that. She was joking. I should have said that. One of the main things they do is they fund and put more funds on top of funds that are already there. They need more money. Look at the white kids' schools. Look out in suburbia where the white people have all moved, which is not really white anymore, is it? Look out into these areas where the white people have all moved, and look how clean the school is. Look how nice, look how orderly it is. Look how the kids walk in lines. Look how everybody, look that there's like a couple fights at the high school the whole year over. And the kids in the middle of the fight, when one gets knocked down, the kid who knocked the other one down is like, okay, are you done? And the white kids that are watching are like, no, you're not going to be allowed to just stomp on his skull or anything if you wanted to even think about it. And they look out there and they say, well, look at that. Well, clearly, these inner city schools need more and more money. And then in the end, we discover they have like 5 times the amount of money per student as those clean, safe schools out in the suburbs. And then they suddenly drop, it just disappears, the argument of why so much money is disappearing down the toilet. Light of the Good Lamps just asked, are you still on good terms with Mark Collett? Of course. I'm on the show every week. Thank you for asking. School funding is typically predicated on the number of students enrolled. No, I just got done saying what ends up happening with how many dollars per student in America. While the average school spends $13,000 per student, Minneapolis public schools spend $21,000. So you see, according to the National Education of Education Statistics, but NPS has one of the highest declines in enrollment in the country. And because most unions make it very difficult to fire workers, the number of teachers stayed the same while the amount of money that paid teachers' salaries decreased. The shortfall necessitated low salaries, budget cuts, and school closures. So what's ultimately happening in all of these inner cities, in my opinion, is that they're going belly up, the schooling systems. They're going belly up because they have increased the amount of money, the amount of dollars per student to the point that they can't fund it anymore. They can't, the teachers that they have are garbage. Because they've been hiring them not on the basis of their competence, but on their basis of their race and sex. And therefore, it just comes down to all white males are excluded. And at the same time, the money continues to pour in. The grades continue to get worse, and the dropouts continue to get worse. And before you know it, these school districts will be defunct. They'll be defunct. And then who are they going to blame? It's a tough one. It's a tough one. It got so bad that MPS had an $86 million budget deficit. Oh, wow. So they're already defunct. And was expected to become insolvent by 2024. No, you should have already been insolvent. Where are they taking the money from to pay for your garbage? Those garbage outcomes. You know, once again, I said it before, like when I talk about the schools here in the district, Washington, D.C., I would be the best thing that would ever happen there. If I were put in charge of one of those schools, the kids that graduated would have earned the degree, would have earned the diploma, rather, that they received. They would be competent to go on to the next stage in their life. Now, a lot of them would have their asses thrown right out, maybe thrown right into jail if they weren't going to play along, if they weren't going to do what was best for themselves. And you know what I'm talking about here in Washington, D.C., where the schools are so tough that the school newspaper has an obituary section. The Minneapolis Federation of Teachers says that the district has more than enough money in its reserves to solve the problem. However, the district says that its rules won't allow the district to tap into these resources. So, in March 2022, the teachers union went on strike for 3 weeks. there's a big problem in America with the teachers unions. First of all, it's obviously all anti-white as all hell. Everybody, all of these unions need to be broken up. I tell you, maybe we'll talk about it on Jason Goes Political one of these days. The teachers unions need to be destroyed, and all of the anti-whites who have harmed children punished in courts of law for victimizing white children. So in March 2022, teachers union went on strike. The district couldn't just close schools, so they had to pay more teachers, which reportedly exacerbated the district's dire financial situation. So here you have this Harriet, who definitely looks like a member of the Black Panthers from the 1960s, who is now complaining about the outcomes of anti-white policies and blaming you for it. Does it ever end? Do you want to do like the Heritage Foundation and say it's a violation of Title VII Civil Rights Act? Can't we be better than this? Do you want to do that? Or do you want to get out of their anti-white narrative and do something that works? What's it going to be? Because this is the vicious cycle. You can stay on this vicious cycle that I've observed for the totality of my life and been trying to help people get out of, or you can get onto our virtuous cycle where things get better and better, where you get better and better over the course of your life, where you defeat more and more anti-whites. When MPS received $175 million in federal COVID relief funds, so now, exactly as we said, I have not read this. Exactly as we said here, that this is what they were doing with the COVID funds. Every time the anti-whites in the state and federal governments say there's some kind of emergency, we need a bunch of money. The thing that they're saying is the emergency isn't the emergency. The emergency is that their anti-white policies have bankrupted another aspect of government, and they need to rob some more Peters over here to pay off Pauls over there. Every single time. People are just never going to learn until, I don't know, until we get angry enough, until we get loud enough, until we metaphorically get in enough faces. So they looked around the country and they said, okay, where have our anti-white policies really ruined shit? And you know what anti-whites don't want? They don't want a scenario where what they've done is ruined, plus is nearly impossible to blame white people for. That's what they don't want to have happen. So they keep shoveling the dollars. Who's paying that $175 million? Who's paying that $175 million in COVID relief funds? Who? They printed up all that money and they shipped it out. Did you think that was the government paying for it? 87,000 IRS agents are coming for you to pay for it. That's who's paying for it. They assumed the budget problem was fixed. But the district used most of the COVID funds to defray the costs incurred by the strike. So more anti-whiteism. On March 25, the two sides reached a tentative agreement that included layoffs for excess teachers. Excess teachers. I mean, where did they keep them? Like in a bullpen out back? Where were the excess teachers? I'm seriously, they genuinely want to know. I mean, the classrooms have a teacher in them, do they not? Does anybody know this? Does anybody know this? The teachers have the classrooms have a teacher. So does anybody know where the excess teachers are? I'm going to go ahead and guess they're at home. I'm going to go ahead and guess that there are a lot of teachers who were hired because they were not white males in Minneapolis and a great many other cities across the United States and the West that are getting paid while at home. That's my guess. That's my opinion. I don't know for sure because I don't know where else you store excess teachers, like cordwood in the fields shed, the gaming field shed out on the property at the school. Where do you store the excess teachers? While providing, quote, protections for educators of color. What is this now? A tentative agreement that included layoffs for excess teachers Okay, here we go. Layoffs for excess teachers while providing, quote, protections for educators of color. Remember, you never allow an anti-white to say people of color or educator of color. I've seen this used, and perhaps you all have seen it used, the people of color in various ways. Maybe you can share the most creative way that you've heard it used. But you have this educators of color. You immediately interrupt an anti-white and say, don't you dare use that anti-white pathogen on me. Don't you dare use this slander, this anti-white slander on me, excluding my people from humanity. You mean protections for non-whites, and ultimately you just mean that you're going to be victimizing white people. So my guess is that they have a bunch of educators who are, and I'm going to put quotes in educators, who were hired because they were not white males and they don't have classrooms for them. And so that's why they're called excess teachers. And what they're going to do is they're going to bring these bullpen excess teachers out of the bullpen, out of their living rooms, out of their homes, and they're going to make them go to work. But they need a classroom to be in, don't they? Well, where can we find classrooms for them in Minneapolis? There's a classroom with a white teacher. There's another one with a white teacher. Let's kick them white ones out. Now we can reduce the budget. Now we can reduce how much we have to pay for teachers. No, we're not going to get rid of the teachers who were hired because they were not white males to stay at home. Another form of welfare, just like almost every federal government job. Have you been anywhere in Washington, D.C. lately? I mean, it is really, George Washington is absolutely spinning in his grave to name that city after him. So this is how they're going to handle the budget issue. I mean, think of the recklessness. Think of how corrupt a city has to be, an educational system has to be, to hire people that they don't need as another form of welfare. We're just going to, oh, you've got your teachers, your useless teacher degree, which means you're rabidly anti-white, but you are shit as a teacher. So we're going to not kick these white teachers out of their classrooms just yet. We're just going to let you stay at home. We'll let you come into work every now and again, and you can just hang out, in the office with the staff there. And then you're going to remedy this irresponsible hiring practice by firing the only people that are doing any good on the basis of race. Their opinion, not mine. I'm not looking at I'm not in the classrooms and examining and studying the teachers and which teachers are doing good and which teachers are doing poor. In essence, teachers will be laid off in order of seniority unless they are protected by provisions that include, among other things, educators in, quote, racially isolated schools with the greatest concentrations of poverty. Okay, so racially isolated, I've heard that one before, a mean pathogen. And then poverty is always used. There's another mean pathogen. Poverty is a euphemism for non-white people when they want to victimize white people. Racially isolated group, it's like marginalized group, frontline group, all of these things. Never use any of those terms. They put you in the anti-white narrative where you are always victimized. Do you follow me? Members of, number two, members of underrepresented populations among the district's licensed teachers. Another thing, underrepresented population. Everywhere you look, everywhere, and this is how the anti-whites play. Or is it really underrepresented? So in other words, black people, for example, are 12% to 13% of the country. Are black people are there fewer than 12 to 13% in this school district? Well, then they would say, oh, well, no. Well, there are more blacks in this city. Well, okay. Well, then let's look at how many percent. And if it ends up being that there are still more blacks than that, they'll then abandon that argument and head right to another one where they can continue victimizing white people. This anti-whites, these are the villains that you deal with. These are the monsters, and you have to know at what level you have to play the game to win the game. Because if you continue to go around with these Queensberry rules against villainous predators like this, miscreants like this, you haven't a hope in hell. And then number 3, alumni of HBCUs, tribal colleges, or Hispanic Association of College and University. Okay, so what is it I always say? Once again, Jason is right. They always start off with the group, black race, that has been shoved in your face, white people, your whole life, your parents' whole lives, great-grandparents' whole lives, shoved in your face as the most victimized group of all human history of all time. We have to bend over backwards. White guilt, white guilt, white guilt you. Bend over backwards all the way until we've snapped your back in several places because of how much they've been victimized. Don't you feel the white guilt? You got to do it. Well, okay, I guess I'll lower my guard. Oh, yeah, and then all the rest of the non-white races too. So you white race. That happens every single time. And what happens with these conservative loser content creators? They just go about business as no, they just say, well, you know, it's for this very victimized. They just go along with the anti-white narrative. It's for this very victimized group, which is why I asked people, there was a video that was out on Twitter, and I shared it. And I asked, you can look on my Twitter to find this video. It's by some weird group I've never heard of before. I think it was Charlie Kirk. She actually shared this video. He's like, wow, this commercial is on point, or whatever he said, or was off the hook, or whatever. And it was like 90% videos of black people committing crimes, as though black people were the only people that commit crimes, or that black, on and on. And no one could see. I didn't see a single comment of anybody seeing the obvious bear-sized trap to cut your head off if you fall for that. In fact, I saw white people in the white sympathetic sphere saying, well, I don't see anything wrong. It shows the people committing the crime. Shut up. Stop thinking. You have absolutely lost your right to give an opinion on what's happening to us because you're too midwit to give an opinion. You can't see the gleaming teeth of the anti-white argument there and what it ends up doing to us. God almighty. We have a population of I'm talking about the white race, of turds that can't identify genuine leadership right in front of them. This is that movie. This is that Jared George and Little Apostate were talking about, Idiocracy. It's not the non-white races. It's the white race that are the idiots. It's the white race that'll be going along saying, oh, no, I've got a, what? Let me take a look at, I've looked at it now for 20 seconds. I have a plan. Shut up. So I asked people if you want me to review it. If you want me to review it, I'll review it and I'll tell everybody how wrong they are. That are saying, I don't see anything wrong with this. You failed your IQ test, Johnny. So here we have again, once again, I'm right. That seems like the definition of reverse racism. I mean, these are the bold, like he's talking for you. This is the argument that you would make. Sorry, Harriet. Back into, your old folks home or whatever after your 1960s Black Panther power endeavors. That's not my argument. This sounds like reverse racism to me. Why would they agree? And the same people, by the way, I'm going to get a little fired up here. You're just gonna have to put up with it. The same folks who now make arguments like I was just talking about, made arguments against me for year after year after year when the internet was very young, and I was arguing on these different blogs about don't use reverse racism. Don't say it. Here are all the reasons why It's harmful. Here are all the reasons why this alternative of anti-whiteism are strong, are better. And all these people, no, Jason, no. Racism can go both ways. You're just wrong about it. All along. And now finally, after years and years and years, it's finally beginning to work its way out of the white sympathetic sphere with heavy influence from yours truly to get rid of this stupidity. And then these people act like they never said that. We never said that. You didn't do anything, Jason. Now we're just going to say that this commercial with the giant gleaming bear trap teeth aimed not just at taking off a foot, but this bear trap is so big, it's going to pop your head off. When that thing closes, it takes the head right off. As though that's going to change anything in your IQ. You're so stupid. That seems like the definition of reverse racism. Why would they agree to that? And then here comes Harriet. He's going to tell you why. Well, first, you need to know a few hard facts. According to almost every study, Black and non-white students have better educational, emotional, and behavioral outcomes in classrooms with same race teachers. Can we have that same argument for our children? Here is something that Ladybug did mention to me, and I pointed out right away. This guy makes an argument that detonates. Maybe I should hold it until it comes. Maybe I'll do that. Just remember, these are the reasons why he's giving as we hit the top of the hour. In Minneapolis public schools, Black and Hispanic students are more likely to be disciplined and less likely to graduate. Now, remember, these are the arguments why they have to get rid of white teachers, why they have to victimize white people. Now, don't feel terribly bad for these white teachers. These people are going to be anti-white as all hell. But victimizing the white race on the basis of race is something that you have to get fired up about. It's something that people who are focused on hating other groups of mankind, they don't care about white people getting fired on the basis of race. They just like to be able to have something to cite so that they can say, and that's why we hate them over there. So these are the reasons why. So if you're in a conversation with Harriet here, you want to stop him and say, okay, so I just want to point out that you are now going to give me the reasons why we are going to victimize white people on the basis of race, the teachers, and victimize the white pupils at these schools, the white students. So please do tell me, Harriet, why we should victimize the white children and these white educators who got their education. They probably have loans that they have to pay off. They probably have families. We want to know why. And so to be a victimization of their families as well. Please give us the reasons why. I want to hear them. You do not let him stay in the anti-white narrative. You do not let him stay in the anti-white narrative where he will say and be able to make the argument that this is moral because it does good for these other groups over here. Minneapolis public students are 37% white, 34. No, so don't take the bait. Don't take the bait and say, well, the reason they're disciplined is, right? The reason Black and Hispanic students are disciplined is because I'm armed with all the facts from American Renaissance. I've got all their crime stats. Don't fall for the bait. Minneapolis public school students are 37% white. 34%. That's a lot of white kids that you're going to victimize by taking away teachers that they would learn best with. White ones. Of course, we don't want those white kids with anti-white teachers. I personally would much rather have a Black, white sympathetic or white positive teacher who is opposed to anti-whiteism in a classroom full of white kids, much would have that than a white anti-white teacher every day of the week. I mean, good God in heaven. I just got to point out, there were very few people when I was in junior high school, when I stood up and against anti-whiteism. There was no one, if you read the book, that there were a few white teachers that very privately, so read the book and you'll find out that very privately, because they were worried about their jobs. There was one black guy, old black guy, who I came in school and I had not only did I have, it was like Lee Jackson Day or something. And not only did I have my jacket with the flag on it, I brought another one with me, very proud, Confederate flag. And all these kids looked at this teacher like, what's he going to do? Is he going to kick Jason out, or what's he going to do? I mean, of course I had the jacket anyhow. And that guy said, he kind of like a high pitched voice. And he's like, that's a part of history. I'm not going to, he didn't slander me or white people either. So would you rather have him, or would you rather have white woman up at the front of the classroom telling you how evil the white race is? Minneapolis public school students are 37% white, 34% black, 17% Hispanic. The staff of MPS is 66% white, 17.9% black, 6.4% Hispanic. Well, since you already have these anti-white policies in place, what is going on that you ended up? Is it because there is a dearth of black and Hispanic educators? Is it because there just aren't many applying? I mean, interesting in these things to dig in. Do you have a problem with certain teachers from certain groups so that you hire them to be at home? Are these stats even accurate? Is this about, when he says here 66% white, is he talking about all teachers and staffs and supporting staffs, including janitors? And I mean, what's he talking about here? The district and the teachers union acknowledge, quote, past discrimination by the district disproportionately impacted the hiring of underserved teachers in the district. Is it because they pay garbage and that they can't get these other communities to come teach? Underrepresented teachers, so they recognize, quote, past discrimination by the district disproportionately impacted the hiring of underrepresented teachers in the district as compared to the relevant labor market and the community. As compared, here's where you get into the tricky and magical math that anti-whites are wont to do, and resulted in a lack of diversity of teachers. So there you have it again. Diversity means non-white. How many times do I have to make sure that every conservative family member knows? I've had the argument so many times in my life where you have these conservatives, patriots, nationalists, and they're good people, but they'll tell you, no, diversity doesn't mean no white people. Really, bitch? Really? Because when you read what anti-whites really write, when they say there's a lack of diversity, they're saying there is too many white people. They're calling non-white people. You can just read exactly here this point he makes. They're saying white people are not the diversity. Non-white people are the diversity. Therefore, diversity is another word for non-white people. As you can see, for most of its existence, the district's hiring policy not only favored white teachers, and what horseshit. How long have they been in charge? How long have radical anti-whites been in charge of this district in Minneapolis? I would argue for long before these white teachers were even there. That's what I would argue. How did these white teachers get in there? Because they were radically anti-white and they had passed all of their they'd gone through their schooling, they'd gotten their teacher's licenses, they were coming to work every day, or at least mostly. That's how they got in there. This is not, and that's another thing about these anti-whites, and this is what Harriet is doing right here. They act like their fictional anti-white world that they always browbeat us with, where white people just chased non-white people around the streets with chainsaws, that was like last week. Yeah, now we're going to fire all white people. But last week, boy, you all were on top of things. Horse shit. You all have been running the Minneapolis district and city for a very long time. A very long time. So if you got too many white people, it's anti-white white people that you've been hiring because they got their test scores, they passed and got their license, and they come to work. That's why. You might be admitting something here about other communities by having so many anti-white white people at your educational establishments. But for some reason, Fox News pundits and right-wing propagandists don't seem interested in this part of the story. Okay, maybe the teachers discriminated in the past. Again, anti-whites always want to distract you from the present with the past, because the present is radically anti-white every time. But going forward, shouldn't they just fire the worst teachers? So this is the argument he's putting in your mouth. And trust me, you don't want him putting anything in your mouth. He's anti-white as all hell. But this is the argument he's putting in your mouth. Maybe the teachers discriminated in the past, but going forward, shouldn't they just fire the worst teachers? That's a great point, he says, that most people wouldn't argue with. Now, here's a question. Why do you assume? Now, you have to follow this, the thinking here. He says, why do you assume the white teachers aren't the worst teachers? No one assumed that was the case. No one who would pose, no white person out there who would say, why don't they just fire the worst teachers by whatever metric this is going to be, irrespective of race? No one saying that is thinking in their mind, that'll get rid of the non-white ones. No one is thinking that, but he is. So what did he just reveal about his own sentiments about what teachers are good and what teachers are not good at the school? He also, I'm going to go ahead and say it now because I don't know how much longer we're going to go. But he also says here, and saying, he said at some point, he says that this will be good. The diversity, more non-whites, will be good for the white kids. But his own argument is detonated by himself. Because moments ago, we just read that non-white students learn best with teachers that are of the same race. So how are white kids going to be bettered by getting rid of the white teachers that they would learn best with because they are the same race? They are not. His own argument reveals him to be a liar. I would say the anti-whites are not bringing their best to the game of intelligence anymore. I would say that it's really gotten dumbed down at this point. Most of the MPS's students are non-white. Most of its teachers are white. According to the district's own data, most of the non-white students are lagging behind white students. And according to people who know things, students of color do better. He's reiterating it. I mean, how dumb? How can he say these things side by side? Students, and according to people who know, did he actually just say that's people who know things? He did say that, Ladybug. You're right. According to people who know things. Imagine that type of just citation to when you are able to adduce something as profound as people who know things. You know you've made it to the top. You know that intellectually you are insurmountable. According to people who know things. I mean, that's even higher than, you have down here, you have according to scientists, right? And then for some groups of people, you have according to researchers. And then you have, like, for some others, according to God. And then for finally, the peak of the mountain, people who know things. We need music to come in right there. Dun, dun, dun. According to people who know things, students of color do better when they are taught by educators of color. So I'm not assuming that the white teachers are the worst teachers, he says. I'm assuming that most of the teachers are less equipped to teach most of the students. So it doesn't matter how well you teach. White teachers, get a grip. It doesn't matter how anti-white you are. Thank God. Thank God. It doesn't matter how well you teach. It doesn't matter if you have a non-white spouse. It doesn't matter if you produce non-white children. None of that matters. It doesn't matter if you have a whole lifetime of victimizing the white race. It doesn't matter if you have a whole lifetime of white flighting and marring your flesh and abusing yourself with calories and abusing yourself with this unending purchases of handbags and over-the-counter drugs, whatever it is. Whatever you're abusing yourself with, it doesn't matter. If you're white, you are underserving them. And therefore, you have to go. If you are going to fire the teachers, why not use fact-based, peer-reviewed information, ? There is no segment in the entirety of the American social construct. The American social construct? We're going to have to jump off of this story soon, but America is created by white people. It's not a social construct. America was created by white people. There is no such thing as the American social construct. What we have now is an anti-white inferno. Okay, the American social construct, where ignoring factual information is regarded as wrong, using racial data seems to be okay when it doesn't affect, he said okay, like the capital O and the capital K. Educators. When it doesn't affect people who like guitar solos. Black people are more likely to be arrested for illegal drugs, even though white people. Okay, so here comes like the totally inappropriate, like I read somewhere once, anti-white arguments and like personal anecdote garbage. Have I had an argument with an anti-white or two? Can you tell? Black people are more likely to be arrested for illegal drugs, he says, even though white people are more likely to use and distribute them. Should we just accept that on its face? Should we just accept that on its face? I mean, just absolute nonsense. Throw another personal anecdote at somebody, at an anti-white like that. Don't fall for their trap of getting into why this might be, or in accepting his premise or premises. Just throw another anecdote at him. The U.S. Supreme Court said racial profiling is constitutional and agreed that law enforcement officers can ask Spanish speakers to show their immigration papers. But when it comes to whiteness, it must be protected. Okay, so there you have it. You know what's going to end up happening? The anti-whites created this concept, whiteness. Now that is a construct. It's part of the anti-white lexicon. It's part of their locutions. It's meant to undermine and destroy Western kind. And I have been arguing for many, many years never to use this. And now so many of our champions here and in service to white well-being, going free, implementing the Go Free method, are using it and succeeding and combating this whiteness and telling folks, hey, advising them, don't say whiteness. That's an anti-white locution. It means that white people don't exist, that white people are evil, and whiteness also means oppression. The anti-whites totally own that construct. When you say that what we do is whiteness, you are a goddamn idiot. I mean, a decade of telling people not to use this. I can be forgiven for getting to the point where I say that you're a goddamn idiot if you continue to say it. All right? You don't have to obey me. I don't have any power over you. You can make a contradictory argument. You can say it makes perfect sense to say that we produce whiteness, even though it is a gigantic anti-white trap for us to do so. You can do that. The reason you get mad when I say not to say something or to say something else is because you know I'm right. And that conflict of being persuaded, versus what you want to stick with is what makes you angry. Here we'll go with the profiling too, racial profiling. It's called probability, you dumb SOB. It's called probability. It's mathematics. If you are as good at mathematics as you are with writing, then I understand why you don't understand. Will this make the Minneapolis public schools better? Question mark. That's your question that he put in your mouth to ask him. And get this response. He just told you throughout all of this article, 100%, he is averring that this is the case. You have to have non-white teachers for non-white pupils, same race. You got to get, and all of these were pretexts to victimize the white race, both the teachers and the pupils. By the way, is anybody else? I'm seriously asking you. When I ask questions, it's not for the of it. You can participate in what I'm actually saying. I am an educator. I am your educator. I am your priest. I am your doctor. I am your psychologist. I am all of that. I am your king and emperor for those people who get all bent out of shape about it. And yeah, I can do that with my head as well. He has gone through this saying it is apodictic. It is apodictic that white teachers, I just wanted to make that point. I'll say this. White teachers need to be fired for these reasons and that things will be better. Right? But as a side thought, parallel thought, you can do this with me. I'm not the only one in the world who can carry several lines of thinking side by side at the same time. Who else out there, when talking about Minneapolis, has said a single word about the white kids there? Only white positivists are going to care about the white kids because we care about our brothers and sisters. We're not hating on some other race on the basis of the way they were born. Like me-nots and some others out there. But this guy has said it is apodictic. The non-white students are being suspended, are getting in trouble more because white teachers. The non-white students are falling behind scholastically because of white teachers. The non-white students would do better scholastically with non-white teachers. On and on. He has said this. Now, here at the end of this article, he says, for you, will this make the Minneapolis public schools better? His response, one word, maybe. Talk about equivocation. Typical of anti-whites and anti-whiteism. I have just articulated, says the anti-white, how you must be victimized to the nth degree. I know he's not going to understand. It's a math term. To the nth degree. I have just articulated how you must be victimized to the nth degree. Will it make things better? Maybe. Maybe. I mean, I don't want to be held responsible when it's probably the reality is he knows it's not going to get better. It's just going to victimize what? White people. He knows. Why is it that he's not sure? What was he sure of? Let me crawl into his head, and boy, it is dank and empty in here for all of you so that I can show you what Harriet was sure of all along. What was he sure of in this entire article? that white people could be victimized this way and that they must be victimized this way, both the teachers and the students. But he gave me a bunch of pretexts about how it was going to be better for non-whites. Oh, he's not sure about that at all, because when he puts that question in your mouth, his answer is maybe. I did like fifth dimensional circles around this guy just now. I'll show you all one of these days. Maybe I'll do it today. For those of you who are here and lucky, I'll do it today, maybe. But if not today, we'll do it another day. A scan of my brain. And then what I did with the scan of my brain is I put a smaller version of another scan inset with my scan. So it was a typical scan. I'm not going to say. And then it was my scan. And you can see it's kind of like a big difference. Maybe, he says, but what could possibly be worse than majority of MPS students not being proficient in math and reading? What's financially worse than total insolvency? What's less equitable than total finance? And there you have the anti-white slur that is super versatile and very dangerous, because the word equitable can be used anywhere to mean anything to justify any anti-whiteism. Equity. Then what's less equitable than total financial, educational, and inequality? What's less equitable than total financial, educational, and inequality? Okay. It's just kind of rough. But so relative to who? Now do you see how he changed the relativity to make his point? So he was first, earlier in this article, he was making relativity arguments within the city. And then actually, he also made a relativity argument. I have time to go back. I believe where he was saying relative to outside. And now he's doing it again, relative to outside of the city. How equitable is it if these schools in Minneapolis go out of business? If they go out of business, it's your fault, and they should go out of business. I mean, here's how Western civilization has worked. White people built Western civilization. We built a school. And then we said to non-white people, hey, you can come in. We'll build you your own school. And then anti-white said, no, that's not fair. You got to give us your school as well. You got to bring everybody into the same school. Well, okay. They come into the at bayonet and gunpoint in the U.S. and I think Australia too, didn't they? Lethal force. They did that. And now they say, oh, well, your schools that we have been put in charge of, we have now caused to go bankrupt and are violent hellholes. And so how fair is it that you still have schools out there that aren't like this? You did it to your school, dumbass. And you should suffer the repercussions. You to hell. And you're wanting more of our dollars because it's not fair what you do to your environment. Because you eat and shit in the same place doesn't mean I should have to clean that up. So sick and tired of this. Anti-whites, bane of the world's existence. Minneapolis public schools are terrible schools and they don't serve the public. Oh, well, who made them that way? The school district is essentially Donald Trump racist. Boy, this is a new... It's not just the anti-white slur racist, but it's Donald Trump racist. Boy, that's big, Ray. Bloated and bad at business. Bloated and bad. Actually, he was a millionaire and became a billionaire. So he didn't start off with nothing by no means. I mean, the dad gave him millions. But if you understand the difference between millions and billion, then you're smart enough to know how far he went. But this guy, Harriet, not so much. He's bad at business. Okay. How well have you done, Harriet? But you said firing white teachers will make the schools more equitable. Yes, it will. So there it is right here in the same argument, just as I told you, I foreshadowed, where I said he's going to say it's going to be better for the white kids after, in the midst of his own argument, saying that it's going to be worse for the white kids. How did he say it's going to be worse for the white kids? They're going to get rid of their white teachers. Well, how does that worse for the white kids? He made the argument that blacks had to have black teachers to do better, that students do better when they're with teachers of their own race. According to black teachers in the district, their concerns have largely been ignored by the bullshit. Their concerns have been ignored by the teachers union and the school board until recently. What a load of horse shit that is. Their concerns have been ignored. So you want to stay in their anti-white narrative any longer? Or do you want to come over? Let's see. What does this guy end with? I'm done with him. Boy, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Got a nice silk shirt on, looks like. Gray in the beard. Anyone who advocates for economic equity, there it is, anti-white-ism galore, must also advocate for the redistribution of resources. That's how diversity, equity, and inclusion work. I want to read these first two lines again. Anyone who advocates for economic equity. Now, who's he talking to? He's talking to the white anti-white teachers and the other white anti-whites who support fervently anti-whiteism. Or maybe I should say fervently, crazily, they support it. And so if you want these things, then you have to support the redistribution of resources. That means you have to happily get fired. Well, but I won't be able to eat. So this is for the anti-white revolution. White devil, says the anti-white. Anyone who advocates for economic equity must also advocate for the redistribution of resources. That's how diversity, equity, and inclusion work. I hope all anti-whites out there, all conservatives, we don't get a fraction of a billionth of a fraction of a 1% of the attention we should get. Because all of our brothers and sisters need to understand that right there, that this guy's, God bless you, Harriet. God bless you. I never met a bigger Harriet in my life. And I got to say, you've been the best. You have been the best. Anyone who advocates for economic equity must also advocate for the redistribution of resources. That's how diversity, equity, and inclusion works. You knew that. You knew that, anti-white. That's how it works. And then you have all the Sean Hannitys and all these conservative content creators out there that are saying what? We want diversity too. We want equity too. Just hear us out. No? Hear us out. No? No, you dumb mother. No. If I get to meet him in person, I might, the regime, I'm nothing but shut down. Nothing but, in a fantasy parallel dimension, I would meet him in person and knock him out with one punch. And then I would be famous. I would spit on him and I would say, you're famous. Now I'm famous too. Not only does it create a more stable environment for everyone, but it actually creates, not only does it create a more stable environment for everyone, for the white children and the white people who will be left, but it actually creates a more realistic world for the people who previously benefited from the inequality, benefited from the inequality. Okay. Who wants to live in a world filled with mediocre people who are bad at their job? He actually asks that there. I'm not kidding. And at least at the very end, he and I could find a place to agree.
Hey, how's it going? This is Raymond from the Australian Vanguard. I'm just walking down to my local shopping centre and I'm going to go in and grab myself a coffee. With this. Let's see if I get some good reactions. Take it easy. G'day. Reactions have been freaking awesome. I've got old women smiling at me. I've got people running up to high-five me. I've got old men and women driving past like grandmas, beeping and like sticking their hands out the window, giving me thumbs up. Like every second person's giving me a thumbs up and smiling. People are saying, good job, mate, good job. I'm saying, love yourself, and they're like, that's right. It works. It works. No White Guilt was right. It's about time people start listening.
I might be far gone, I don't know. I'm about to tell what I know is so. Got the reason, got a feel to the core. Your excuses just block the road. I have heard it all before. I want something more. I don't care what you say. I know what I have made. I don't care what you scheme. I know what I have seen. Memory. I'll be alright. I'll be home tonight. Seems I'm always got red nose. Seeing with eyes closed is what's so. I have heard it all before. I want something more. I don't care what you say. I know what I have made. I don't care what you scheme. I know what I have dreamed. Memory to be. I know I've been around, I've been to down, I'm leaving now. I've been around, I'll be around. I see it now, I'll be around, I'll be around. I see the sign, I leave it all the same. I don't care what you say. I know what I have made. I don't care what you scheme. I know what I have dreamed. Memory to be.
The UK Border Force has threatened to strike over government plans to better secure the British border. Anti-whites within the Border Force Union have deemed that keeping border crossers out of Britain and curbing white erasure is, quote, morally reprehensible, unquote. The union, alongside anti-white organization Care for Calais, have taken the government to court over the proposed measures to enforce the United Kingdom's borders. Care for Calais has previously slandered the British government in regards to lying about illegal border crossers as well as releasing an article stating that border crossers have a right to enter Poland, even though the Belarusian regime is using border crossers in a bid to destabilize the European Union. The measures include provisions to turn back boats full of illegal border crossers before landing on British shores. While these measures are tied up in court, anti-white elements inside the union have stated that even if the proposed measures are deemed legal, they will still refuse to cease enabling white erasure, adding that they may consider a strike action. A spokesman for the UK Home Office has rejected the slanderous accusations that the proposed plans to enforce the UK borders are illegal. A spokesperson told The Guardian that, quote, as part of our ongoing operational response and to prevent further loss of life at sea, we continue to test a range of safe and legal options to stop small boats making this dangerous and unnecessary journey. These all comply and are delivered in accordance with both domestic and international law. Our new plan for immigration will also overhaul the broken asylum system and reduce many of the historic pull factors. Unquote. This UK border force has threatened strike action before over the expectation of securing British borders and the sovereignty of the peoples of the United Kingdom. A record number of over 28,000 migrants illegally entered the UK last year, over 3 times the number who arrived in 2020.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. All right, we should be back with the same audio and everything operating just fine. Let me know, though, if there are any issues. I'm going to very quickly turn to you all and see what we have going on. First, I'll take a look at the financial gifts, and then everyone in the live chats. We'll take a look first over here at Cash App. Cash App is blank. We haven't missed anybody there. We'll take a look over at Odyssey. And Odyssey is also blank. We'll take a look at Entropy. And over at Entropy, we have our great dear sister, Yiz the Eunuch and Unifier. Wonderful to see you, good sister. Financially gifting $5. And she says, weekly folk tithe to invite everyone to my Discordant Dragon stream tomorrow night! Exclamation point. I still don't have my work computer back from the shop, but I'm not letting that stop me. Come to my channel tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern for laughs and memes. I'm going to be there, folks. I hope you will show up there, too, over on Yiz the Eunuch channel. And find her there on YouTube. If she's still with us, or yeah, she is. She did. The link is up right now. Subscribe to her channel. Mondays are for the dragons. I'll be mentioning that again a little bit later. You have Yiz Discordant Dragons at 6. And then Dragon's Synth Adventures with Fornull at 8. Make sure you're at both of those. They're both a magnificent time. Thank you so much, Yez. You are, as you know, one of our very best. Light of the Twin Lamps also. And then I'll be getting to your comments in the live chats, folks. And on to the Go Free lesson of the day, which is intended to empower you. So I want to hear from you. I want to know what you all think. And if you disagree, if you agree, your experiences. But first, Light of the Twin Lamps with $20 hitting the $20 minimum for 07s in the chat. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for that. Everybody, please, 07s, Raucous emojis. $20 financial gift. He writes, this story reminds me of a personal experience that awakened me to anti-whiteism. My supervisor at a job was a white male who I considered the best at the work site. Manager in charge of work site informs my supervisor he will never be promoted because the Fortune 500 company is only interested in promoting, he writes, minorities, and we say non-whites. We don't use the word minority. It's an anti-white meme pathogen, but I'm redundant there. Wow, how about that? Thank you for sharing that. So you had at the work site, you had a supervisor who was a white guy, and you considered him to be the best at that site. And your supervisor then was informed that the company that owns, I guess maybe the company that you work for or worked for, told him that he was never going to get promoted. And this is a common, ubiquitous thing. That he's never going to get promoted because they're only interested in promoting non-whites. Sometimes they'll say non-whites and women, but less and less women, because that when they say non-whites, it's male and female. When they say non-whites and women, what they're really saying is non-whites and white women. But they really don't need white women to betray Western kind anymore. I mean, you all already did a good enough job. Not all white women, but generally speaking. So they really don't need white women to betray Western kind anymore. So it's almost every single white guy alive can say that either they themselves or somebody they know, immediately somebody they know, not like, oh, I heard it through like a 10th source. No, either they themselves or somebody they know, we're told either explicitly or in so many words that there's no denying it, that you're not getting hired, you're not getting into the school, you're not getting promoted because you're a white male. Now, they might not have said because you're a white male. They might have said it like this, because they're promoting minorities, because they want more diversity. Remember, that means non-whites, because they want a more of a representation of other communities. All of that's to say, you're not getting hired, you're not getting promoted, you're not getting into that university because you are white. Every single white person and or someone they know immediately has experienced that. Everyone. And not once, but multiple. I know I've had it multiple times. So it's everywhere. That's a reality we live with. And think of the psychological trauma when you are taught and you believe through entertainment that entertainment is the real world, that there is this omnipresent oppression of non-white people. But then when you go out into the world, which is no more real than fiction is to your subconscious mind, they're both equal, they're both tantamount to reality. And it's you who are being discriminated against. Imagine what that does to the brain. Do you really think that white guys are nearly as magnificent as we could be, given that sort of trauma taking place in the brain? Psychological trauma. Seriously. If you were to do that to any group of people, that level of gaslighting, entire life sized. So not just living sized, but entire life sized. You live your whole life in that contradiction, realities clashing. Imagine what that would do. It would make people literally crazy. It is always a wonder to me that white people aren't like everywhere, like 50% or more of the population, just drooling mad, unable to function because of that reality, committing just horrible crimes because they're just totally insane everywhere you look. It is really a testament to how benevolent and loving a people that we are, that even so psychologically abused, we still function. We still go to work. We still pay our taxes. We still get along. We're still deferential. Thank you both, by the way, for the financial gifts of this stream. Let me see what's happening over here on the YouTube. chat. Remember to tag me. Art Acrobats saying to me, yes, please review that video. That is like a commercial from some weird group. What's it called? I think I might even have, no, maybe I don't have it up anymore. Wait, maybe it's, no. Wait, that's it. Yeah, so Jack Posobiec had, who did I say earlier? It wasn't Jack Posobiec. It's Jack Posobiec who tweeted it. And he wrote, I said Charlie Kirk. It's Jack Posobiec. He said, holy shit, this ad goes hard. And it's from some group called Citizens for Sanity. Based on this ad, and I think I will review it, I would, my first dollars would go down on a gambling table, as Citizens for Sanity is probably an anti-white organization. And it just amazes me that so few people can see. But I'll go over it so that we can have the details and we can have them out there. Fit and healthy at any age is here. Great to see you, good brother. He says, the Jason rant is incoming. I cannot help myself. The passion for our people is effusive. It is volcanic at times. All right, look at how many champs we have here. High Speed Drifter, the great Franklin is here. Jerome V. Louis is here. We have Tukloshi. Do you see a future that includes and awakening? Maybe an awakening and redemption, or a future that includes awakening and redemption for the type of white people you are advocating for in this case. Do you not see teachers as a lost cause? Do I not see teachers as a lost cause? You mean all? You're asking a question about reality, right? No, not all teachers, even not all teachers of all races are a lost cause. Absolutely not. We have teachers who are implementing the Go Free method in their lives and who are doing their best to communicate the concepts that we educate to their pupils. So absolutely not. Teachers' unions and these sorts of things, these representative entities that are anti-white are a lost cause. Do I see awakening and redemption for the type of white people you are advocating for? The type of white people? I don't know what that means. You'll have to tell me about what the type of, you mean educators? You'll have to tell me, tag me again with what type of white people. Anti-white white people? There will be anti-white white people who will come away from anti-whiteism without question. We have already had in this community anti-white white people who have come over to the Go Free method upon learning of the Go Free method and hearing about it. And obviously it takes time, usually much longer, for an anti-white person of any race to realize that anti-whiteism is the problem, not the fictions inside the anti-white narrative. But it's already happened, if that's what you were talking about. There's the great Brant Danger, the Dean of School of the West. For one of Western kind, great to see you. Simon JJ is here. The Tree Godfather. Arden White, great to see you, sister. Creative Life. Rory Herbert is here. Wonderful to see you. The great Lovely Paulridge, the genius from down under. Lane Sabatino, great to see you. Three Stripes. Okay, moving through. We're going to get into, if you got any comments, you got any questions, you want to get my attention, now's the time to get it. Azimuth Clark is here. The great Fornola is shaking the world with his presence. Great to see you, brother. Spearman, Unmapped Insights. Great to see you. 0022 says Promethean Hails. A big Promethean Hails to you, my good brother. There's Lunder from Down Under. Welcome, brother. Finvara, you know those meme videos that start pretending to be pretty girls, then 2 seconds in is something else, telling them to do push-ups, etc. Do that for these anti-white MP videos. I know what you're talking about, but what videos are you talking that would replace the push-ups? What, like snippets of like No White Guilt Clips has made? Is that what you mean? That's a good idea. The great Nathaniel Nelson is here and going to be calling in this evening. Adam is here. Ursa Major is here. Joe Han says, hi, Jason. Well, hello to you. Anglo-Saxon, looking sharp again, Jason. Thank you so much. Yo, Yankee, great to see you, dear sister. All right. Why don't we get into the lesson of the day, the Go Free lesson of the day. And I'm going to be keeping an eye on what you all might be saying. And, whoa, you know what I'm going to need? I'm going to have to go into my Clark Kent status for everybody. Is the mic, did we find out, is the mic full and rich and beautiful? Picking up the full beauty of my dulcet tones. Anti-whiteism in commercials. This is page 38 in Go Free 2nd edition iteration 2. Now, why am I talking about anti-whiteism in commercials today? The reason why is because there are a lot of new folks checking out the Go Free method. And one of the easiest places to go is to pay attention to the commercials and who is being casted and how they are portrayed. Because the anti-whites in commercials, they just cannot stop. They're bite-sized versions of movies, of television shows, of books, magazines. You get to see it in this bite-sized way. And as a consequence, it's like fully automatic machine gun. I mean, you go to the movies and the white guy is the villain. He's the super villain. And if there are any non-white people or females that are also bad, well, they've been pressed into service somehow, or they have a sympathetic backstory. And ultimately, it's the white supervillain in the background. But that's it. You just accept, you're like, okay, the white guy's the supervillain. But when you see these commercials, like 1 minute, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes long, one right after the other, it's a very powerful way. It's salubrious once you know what to see. And in fact, this is the argument I made way back in the day when I first got, I was probably maybe 18, as early as 18, distributing thousands of leaflets. And although I must say, nowhere close, some of the folks now who are going free and distributing leaflets, they outshine me. And that's saying something. But I was out there distributing. I just looked at this garbage that I was distributing, and I thought, man, I'm wasting my time. We need them. We need the people we deliver these leaflets to be able to gain something powerful from that one interaction. Because the odds that I'm going to be able to be back in front of them again is next to none. And then I concluded, after further thinking, what we need is to turn the power of anti-whiteism into our power. So not just like you would give the judo analogy of using the weight against them. But no, this goes further than that, because what I said we had to be able to do, and which we have done with the Go Free method, you're welcome, and to the me-nots, suck it, is that we needed to turn their power against them. We needed to somehow take their power, the billions and billions on media, entertainment, etc., that they pump out and have been pumping out, and it takes place your whole life. We need to make that our power. And they said, that can't be done, Jason. That just can't be done. Everybody said, that can't be done. It can't. Well, I did it. Anti-whiteism in commercials. We begin, and now that we have this community of epic apostles, it's truly something special. Now they come back and say, you didn't do that. Trash human beings is what they are, the me-nots. We begin with commercials. These snapshots from our environment are loaded with anti-whiteism. At first, they may seem like coincidences. Please listen carefully. If you're new, maybe you're coming from listening to a Sean Hannity or something like that, and I've just tickled him remorselessly. And so now you're here and you're like, but isn't that just a coincidence that on this one and then that? Doesn't it just have no meaning? Just bear with me. Advertising decisions are never left to chance. The races of the actors, who is paired with whom, who is portrayed in a bad or good light, the music that is used for superiority and inferiority, are conscious decisions that, increasingly over the past few decades, prioritize anti-whiteism over profit. Over profit. How many commercials now do you see? And I'm encouraging you. I want you to go out. Who's out there? Who's out there that has? Here's Piers Taylor. Here's a lot of good folks are here. I want you to go out now. As soon as we're done with the Go Free gathering today, I want you to go out. I want you to look at the commercials, and I want you, the first commercial that you see where they've paired a white woman or white male with a non-white person, they're just gleeful. I want you to think about how many of those couples are actually in the world and whether or not it's going to benefit the company. And there are plenty of commercials like the one I'm about to articulate where you have a non-white male and white female, and they're the happy consumers of product or service, said product or service. And then the white couple are the idiots, white male and white female, are the idiots who bought the competition. The company who made that commercial has just telegraphed, and all advertisers know this, it's a science. And they don't care anymore because anti-whiteism is more important than profit. They know that they have just turned off white couples and anybody who would be any white person who would end up in a couple. To some degree, they've turned them off from their product or service in favor of this minuscule, almost infinitesimal sub-percentage part of the population that is a white female and non-white male. What are the companies prioritizing? And why are they prioritizing anti-whiteism over profit? What does it tell you about the company? Keep in mind that anti-whites will dismiss individual examples of commercials as chance. Now that's custom. And when you come up against an anti-white, somebody who's truly anti-white, and you can tell that they're truly anti-white. When you come up against one and you point this out about commercials, and then they say, that's not true. That's just one example. Well, that's just another example. Well, that's just your 100th example. Just walk away from them. Because they're just lying. They know what's going on in the commercials. They know what's being pushed. They know it's biological white erasure that's being pushed, and they like it. They know that it is the anti-white narrative that white women who marry white males are idiots and they lead miserable lives, and the white male is pathetic. He has no rhythm. He can't think straight. And he's just a child to her. They know that's what they're pushing, and they are happy with it. That's why they will lie to you and say, no, it's not. It's just another coincidence, another piece of chance. That's just your 100th piece of evidence. Now, if you're up against a vague, just the average white brother or sister out there, and you have a chance and to bring them around, and they say something like, that's just one example. You share the method of how you see, and then you have wrecked what they want to do, if what they want to do is to continue to ignore it, because they won't be able to do it. I've had it with many folks over the years. It's now many over the years who say, now that you told me that, that's what I see every commercial. I didn't even know that was going on before, but now that you've said it, I can't see any commercial without seeing it. You're welcome. Keep in mind that anti-whites will dismiss individual examples of commercials as chance, but they cannot dismiss a holistic assessment of advertising across the West. A toothpaste commercial with a beautiful white woman arm in arm with a non-white man. They're both laughing and smiling euphorically. What message does such imagery convey? If the goal were simply to encourage the viewer to buy toothpaste, any happy couple would do. What is the purpose of the interracial couple? A statistical minuscule percentage of couples. The commercial speaks to white women. It suggests that you are beautiful if you brush your teeth with the product in the commercial, but also it suggests that choosing a non-white man results in picture-perfect love. So if you're a white person out there, how are you supposed to, well, let's just rephrase this. If you were, and this is what you can do as well for vagues when you're trying to bring them around, ask them what they might think if all of this were reversed and done to a non-white race, specifically targeting a non-white race. And then biologically, reproduction with the white race meant the erasure of that group, the biological erasure. A car commercial compares two car buying experiences. One commercial shows a dumb white couple, ungroomed and badly dressed, buying an overpriced lemon from a sleazy car dealer. And by the way, he'll be white, the sleazy car dealer. The other portrays a smart, stylishly dressed non-white couple making the right choice and buying a fair-priced, superior automobile. What MP does this scenario convey? Non-white people are smart. They groom themselves, dress well, and they make intelligent decisions. White couples, by contrast, are out of shape, slobs who are easily cheated. This segment of the book continues like this, and I want you, since we've already used up so much time, to get into it and read that for yourself. And it's going to be more beneficial for you to read it for yourself anyhow. If you can think of any examples and you want to name any specific companies, that's fine as well. But in the live chat and say, yes, I've seen this with this company, this product, or this service. It's all the time. You could turn on the channel. Do you all remember years ago I made a video and the anti-whites at YouTube pulled it right down, where I got a woman who to spend a weekend writing down the companies that aired commercials where there was anti-whiteism, specifically biological white erasure anti-whiteism, where there is a white person pictured in a romance with a non-white person. And at the beginning, when I said, yes, I think you should try it out, just do this for me, write them down, she said, well, I've seen that. I've seen it before. I've noticed it before, but it's not that much. And do you all remember? I don't even remember it. I could not even find all of the commercials in one weekend. The list went on and on and on. And so I made a video where I showed snippets. In fact, were they just stills? They were still images. And then I even blurred out the names of the companies so that it would stay in the hope that, the company couldn't get angry about me pointing this out, that they were doing this or using a snippet from. Do you all remember this? And the anti-whites at YouTube pulled that right down. It was up for a while. It was getting good views. And the anti-whites said, we're not going to leave that up. Really makes it too obvious. How many commercials there were. Oh, you have no idea how severe the effort is by anti-whites to corrupt you against the white race, to convince you to make decisions that destroy Western civilization. You have no idea. When you sit down with pen and paper and you begin writing down all the commercials, your eyes will truly be opened. I have to bring that video back, I guess, on other platforms because YouTube has got too many anti-whites. Let's jump into the glossary. Well, let me see what you all are saying. If you're saying anything. Art Acrobats, most, if not all, of the real estate ads portray mixed race couples. I've seen it. Yep. Absolutely. All over the DC metro area. And it's almost entirely white females pictured with non-white males. To a lesser degree, white males pictured with non-white females. But yeah, they are real estate. They're buying their home. If they're a young couple, it looks like they're they're going to do what? They're going to have children. They're a little bit older. I'll see the mixed race, and really it's just they're going to be identifying as non-white. They don't look white. So they're going to be identifying as non-white because there's a benefit to doing that. There's a detriment to identifying as white. That's why so many of the mixed race people identify as non-white. Duh, as they say. I mean, come on. So then they picture them with their children. And then they'll also put, in the real estate ads occasionally, a grandma and granddad with the fully white grandma and granddad with a fully looking non-white grandchild. What are they saying there? What are the anti-whites saying? What is that company saying? I mean, there are in companies, depending on the size, I mean, they might, once below a certain size, they will retain a firm, an advertising firm. And there are many of them. And they all come to these anti-white conclusions. But in either case, whether it's a firm or in-house, there's going to be a creative process, and every single decision is scrutinized. There are going to be numerous people, many people overlooking, saying, yep, that's what we want. Yes, that's what I want this actor to look like. That's what I want that actor. So there are people actually saying, I want the male non-white. I want the female white. Lots of people saying that. Think about how anti-white that is. Think about how intentional that is. And it's, as I say, it's repeated throughout the process. It's not just once. All right. What else? Finvara, regarding the anti-white casting in adverts, they seem to be trending onto very rapid flashes of less than a second in some cases, making it hard to notice consciously, very sneaky. Well, yes, I've seen that too, and I know where you're coming from, but the greatest power in manipulating a human being is by in-your-face entertainment. All of the like flashes of imaging in tests has never been shown to be as successful as just an artificial world. Just this entertainment world where the Bill Cosby show, where Huxtable was this great family man and doctor and genius, and he was wise and everything else under the sun. And then the guy playing Huxtable was raping women like there was no tomorrow. I mean, so they give you this fiction and your subconscious mind can't tell the difference between fiction and reality. But yeah, you're right. There absolutely is some of that, and we might see more of it. Spearman says here, I asked Luke Ford about race mixing in commercials, and he said it was just a coincidence, or that according to those in the biz he knew, it was just for shock and to upset. Well, of course, it's not shocking. People have, my whole life, there's nothing shocking about, and what Luke Ford would be trying to say there. And he's clearly anti-white. I tangled with him and intellectually stomped him into the ground with a back and forth, and he looked, and morally, and he looked awful, and good for him for backing down and going away. The kind of shock he's talking about is to get your attention. You don't, in advertising, want to offend, because then you repel. Right? You wouldn't, if it were offense, then you would show an adult having a sexual encounter with a child, and boy, you would just sell all your ice cream sandwiches or all your Mercedes-Benz. Does that make sense? No. So you want something that shocks in the sense that it gets attention, like Marilyn Monroe's skirt or dress being blown up from underneath of her, and maybe you'll get a look of, more than just her ankles. That's the kind of shock that I'm guessing he's like referencing. But he's denying, as a typical anti-white, he's saying it's just a coincidence, because he wants those outcomes. He wants anti-white outcomes. He wants white people to be victimized. He wants Western civilization to be destroyed. That is clearly what he wants. So that's why it makes it easy for him to deny that it's happening. Battle Spirit of the West is here. Great to see you, brother. A true champion. Somebody called Mark made a comment that Franklin appropriately deleted, because this comment is coming from what we call white negativity, where instead of focusing on us with love, hope, and redemption, and being welcoming to people of all immutable characteristics, to side with us against the great evil of our age, which is, for everyone, the great evil for everyone is anti-whiteism, because it's destroying everything that everybody cares about under the banner of anti-whiteism. So that's the great evil. That's the great Satan of this age. So all good people of all immutable characteristics are going to oppose it. That's white positivity. White negativity is what the white sympathetic sphere that I've been battling for 3 decades. I guess I haven't been battling it for 3 decades, probably 2 decades. The first decade was learning and listening to these people that I thought wanted to actually help white people. And it turned out, no, not really. They just, they wanted excuses to victimize non-white people. Not all of them, but a lot of them. They just wanted to be angry and hate on some other group. And so this Mark person in the live chat said, from inside the anti-white, and Mark, I want you to hear my voice. I want you're down in their narrative, their anti-white narrative, their book. It's laying open on a table. I can look down into the pages of that anti-white narrative. I see you there. I want you to hear my voice coming from above, because I want you to come out of that story and climb into ours, where you can be a hero, where you can be moral. You're not moral in that narrative. In that narrative, what's happening here is there's one group out there that controls the others, and they're all out to get you as a consequence of this one group's presence. You're never going to go anywhere with that white negativity. You're never going to be able to defend Western kind. More importantly, you know that ultimately, if you stay there, what you value most is victimizing and hating someone else rather than loving our people. And you are never going to be a healthy person in that mindset. You're never going to glow. You're never going to be incandescent. You're never going to achieve what you want to achieve in life. You're not going to go far. You're not going to make friends. You're not going to build allies. You're not going to have great comrades, great brothers in arms. You're not going to build great loving families. You're going to be in misery. You're going to be in squalor. You're going to blame it all on that group or the other groups. So hear my voice, man. Put that stuff down. Put that white negativity down. I'm asking you to do this. 2 months. Let us decide whether or not white positivity is the way to go. Look at how we approach things. Listen, heed the Go Free method. And then after 2 months, if you still think that being white negative is the way to go, and that life you want is this ugly, narrow-eyed focus in someone else's story as their monster in their story. If you still want to live that life, well, then you're welcome to go back. We're not a cult. We don't follow people around and slander them after they go. You're more than welcome to go on back to that if you want. But I'd rather, because I care about you, I care about all of our brothers and sisters, I care about you, I'd rather have you come out of that and be awesome and be a hero with us. So think about it. At least think about it. And everybody out there who shows up on to watch, and you're coming with these old ways, I get it. And I extend the same offer to you. I know it sounds weird because you've never had anybody outside of the anti-white narrative talk to you. Everybody you've talked to has been inside the anti-white narrative. And so it all made sense. It was in just this very simple world where it's someone else's story and you get to play the villain in it. It's very easy to hunt down all the things that are bad happening to us. Very easy to hunt down all the claims of who's responsible for it. Very easy. And so when somebody starts talking to you from like another dimension and you're like, where's that coming from? I get that that's hard to hear and see. And I get that the norm inside the anti-white narrative is to go from one chat group to one blog to one channel and take with it all of this accumulated hatred and examples and ideas that you have, and then to just sort of vomit that up every time you show up to a new group, and everybody does their own sort of vomiting, and then they decide, well, have you heard about all of this horrible vomit here and that horrible vomit? Do you hate the right people? Then you're allowed to be here. I know that that's how it works elsewhere, but we don't have to be like that. We're going to decide what a hero looks like. Best of luck to you. .0022 says, let's see, he made a couple comments, so let me see. Fernal has said the sound is good. Thank you, brother. 0022. Actually, before I get to that, let me see. Like this crime video you were talking about, people not getting it. If it looked like that for 2 seconds, then cuts. Oh, yeah, I see what you're talking about. Then cuts to you calling them morons and explaining what they should do instead. Yeah, that would be powerful. You're right. Lunder is saying hello again. Did you miss me saying hello to you? Lunder down under? All right. Azimuth Clark says, glad to be here. Now let's get to 0022 says, as far as permanent psychological damage preventing us from reaching our full potential, my relationship with my mother has given me a negative view of women. I'd explain more in depth, but it's hard to do with such space to type. Oh yeah, the point of these comments were, do you have any advice? And then he further says, I'm not saying I have a negative view about white positive women. It's just nearly impossible for the love in my heart to be romantic love. Well, kind of getting in, that's a great question. Thank you. It's totally understandable that white males growing up in Western civilization, we're totally abused. There is an inheritance, and I think it created to serve the purpose of gynocentrism, to make central and empower further women in Western civilization beyond any level of I guess I should say equal treatment or equal handling, maybe, because there is no men and women are equal. There are different roles, so you're not the same. When we are the same, we compete, and when women are born with penises and then they go on to compete in intellectual pursuits like Jeopardy or university, and when they compete in sports, they easily defeat women who weren't born with penises. So these imaginary women. But you end up with this, we white males growing up in an environment where we are told that we are worse in all ways, inferior in all ways to non-whites and women. And the proximity-wise, women are, of course, the closest. Our women are, of course, the closest. Our mothers. What was our mothers saying? What were they saying? They were telling us to be a man, as though a woman could ever know. You have to worship women, and then they all of the lying and the manipulation. It goes on and on. We don't have time to get into it. I'm looking at the clock, but it's totally understandable that you harbor this. And its use, though, you should put it to use, I should say, or maybe the way that initial sentence should be, its utility should be that you use it to be wary about the similar behavior by way of signs in a woman that you could have as a partner. So you want to look for this behavior by way of signs in the woman whom you could have as a partner. But you're getting to a very important point and another really broader point, and that is that with what love do you love a woman? And I'm going to have to do a whole show on that. Maybe I'll get a whole slew of female guests to come on so that I can offend them all one at a time. But you definitely, romantic love in its most superficial sense, in that there's going to be love plus sexuality with the woman. If you mean it that way, then that's fine. And the way to remedy your scenario is you continue to implement the Go Free method in your life, and you look at the way your mother behaved as an opportunity to identify those bad behaviors in a potential mate. So it ends up being a boon for you now later in life. Like if your mother was a pickpocket, then you would definitely know the signs that someone was going to pickpocket someone. And you'd be able to protect yourself from that. So that would be the way that you can use it in your life, rather than hang it on every woman you come across. If you use it, as I suggested just now, it will serve to not be something that you hang on the woman that you choose. If you don't use it the way that I suggested, then it is like this. It's like this burden, this weight you're hanging on the woman you're going to be with. And it seems like what you're talking about. This burden that you're just waiting for her to be like mom. So instead, Use your mother's behavior to prove that she's not just like mom, and then make her the one. Then you'll know. Does that make sense? That's a great question. Thank you for that. But when it comes to the love for a woman, this is how it's real simple, real short. Men, the love you should have for a woman is the love you would have for a daughter plus the sexuality. Do not love a woman with the love that is meant for our people. Men are able to feel a love, and it really should be another. We should not have one word for love. I cannot believe the English language has done this bad. And I'm not saying start coining different words, but love really should be a number of words. Because, I mean, even, oh God, I'm not going to get into it. We don't have time. But men are able to feel a love for what potentially is the eternal. And that is the people and its ennoblement. That's the glory we seek to serve. And 99, in my opinion, 0.9% of women, or maybe just say 99% of women, can't even begin to fathom what that feels like. Just like we, men, can't fathom what it feels like to carry a baby inside of us. We can't know what that's like at all. We can just kind of, maybe some of us can kind of imagine, and God might say, well, that guy's pretty close. That's how it feels. But for the most part, we can't. Women can't know what that love is like, and that striving to serve that love for the people. They just can't comprehend it. It's as distant and remote and impossible as it is for a man to really understand what it feels like to have a baby growing inside of you day after day. And so that love, though, has been corrupted and targeted on our women. Women don't want, they think they do, a lot of them, and then it ruins their lives. They think they want that sort of devotion, and then they realize they get burned by it. They're like, holy shit, that's like crazy levels. And then they call the police on the guy, and then they file, these different kinds of motions to keep him from whatever. So how did that happen? His mother told him that's what it means to be a man. That's how you direct your love. That's what that powerful love is for. And then this girl, she said, well, I'll choose you if you love me with that powerful love. And then she gets close and gets burned. Because that love is a intense fire. It's meant, the reason it's there is so that the people continues, so that the people persists. It's as important, or even more important, but we could just say at least tantamount, as important as the mother's need and ferocity to defend her infant and preserve its life. How ferocious will a woman be? How ferocious will, like a mother bear be, for example? But how ferocious will a human woman be to protect her infant from being killed right in front of her? That is the biospiritual imperative of the male for the people. That's his infant. I'm sharing some deep shit here. I hope folks are picking it up. You don't ever love a girl with that. You want to write poetry? That doesn't mean you can never write like a poem to a woman. You can write her a poem. But it's just like something you would do very rarely. When you feel moved to write poetry out of love, it should be for a thing that cannot change. And that's the biospirit, the thing that is permanent. It always will love you. It will always be loyal to you. It will always be there for you. That's the only kind of thing that deserves that love. Now watch, so many women are like, holy shit. He's teaching the guys not to be servile. All right. The glossary. Quickly. We got to keep moving. The glossary. Potential to power. Now, the PTP, this is on page 198. And I will read this and then briefly speak to it. The aggregate of one's biospiritual potentialities to manifest, attain, and satisfy one's desires. That is the PTP. PTP is limited by internal and external factors. Internally, one's unique biospiritual composition or architecture establishes one's potentialities. We can just break it down to very simply. There is, and it goes much more deeply than this, but we're making it as simple as possible. Best case scenario, everything in your life works out perfectly. You genetically are going to be able to jump so many inches. That is the internal. External is that which undermines. So best case scenario for your life is not going to happen. There are going to be things that undermine you. External forces, specifically MPs, undermine the attainment of internal potentialities by inflicting white noir, reducing one's ability to manifest, attain, and satisfy one's desires. This is what we talk about when we say that when you are taught to hate your people and therefore yourself, you can't reach your potential in any field. PTP can be positively and negatively influenced throughout life. By going free and reducing white noir, one increases one's PTP. Because you increase your PTP, because, we're going to go back to the jumping to make it really simple. If you are 30, the ability to improve your vertical leap, for example, to come near your genetic potential, your biospiritual potential, is going to be X. So that's going to be somewhere less than your potential to reach, or your ability to reach your potential if you started when you were 15 or 1 day old. But by taking the steps to increase your vertical leap at 30, you will get closer to what would have been your biospiritual best vertical leap. The same thing holds true, not only physically, but mentally and spiritually. So it's psychological as well. So potential to power, a very important concept, although it's not talked about very much just with like the general public. It's more once you get into the Go Free method and you're really into it, then you begin to understand the importance of being inoculated against anti-whiteism, the importance of inoculating our children against anti-whiteism. If you want another Copernicus, like the university that we read about was named after in the future, if you want your child to be another Copernicus, you're going to have to inoculate him or her against anti-whiteism. Because if they get infected, they're not going to reach their potential. And if their potential was maybe just to there, could make it to be a Copernicus, now they're going to fail. Potential to power. Okay, our MC today, and this is to talk to people like this Harriet, the writer that we were talking about earlier, reading his article, where he said, that white people need to be victimized, both the teachers and the children at the school, because insert reasons. So that is a group responsibility. And this is a meme curative that you can use in every single case with anti-whiteism virtually, because it's always predicated on what you did and what your people did that's invisible, or at some time in the past. It's invisible. It's happening now, but invisible, or sometime in the past. Quote, you don't believe in group responsibility and punishment when you are talking about non-white groups. which proves that you are anti-white. That's all you would need to say to Harriet. You don't believe that in response to the arguments, these are the reasons why we have to victimize white teachers and white pupils. Your response can be this. You don't believe in group responsibility and punishment when you are talking about non-white groups, which proves that you are anti-white. That's on page 248. Implement the Go Free method in your life, and you won't believe how far you end up going. I'm going to see what you all have to say. We're going to keep rolling really quickly today because we want to make sure to get in plenty of time for calls and comments, questions, etc. Let me see what's here in the live chat on YouTube, and I'll take a look at on the Cash App as well, and Entropy. Starlit Overby is here. Great to see you. JK160, great to see you. Carlisle is asking a very stupid question. Are you joking? Or is that a real question? I will answer it if it's real. All right, let me pick up where I left off. Kingdom of Vinland is here. In regards to the white erasure in ads, is it more common to see non-white men with white women or white men with non-white women? Infinitely more common to see white women with non-white men. Infinitely more common. And it probably is that way because anti-whites feel that that's a greater victimization. Think about it. If they want to victimize Western kind, what's going to feel more satisfying? A white woman refusing white males in favor of non-white men, or a white man going out and having his way with non-white women? Right? So that's how you can see that this is an individual, anti-whites, motivated, etc. Everything we say in the Go Free method working true and beautiful. JK160 says, my kid's wife and parents are listening to the show. Oh, well, wonderful. Great to have everybody watching the show. Welcome. I'll try to be on my best P's and Q's. NW Guilt said, hello, brother. Hello, everyone as well. Well, a big hello to you. Real Playlist says, good evening. I'm on playback. Thank you, Jason. Well, good evening to you when you finally catch up to this point in the playback. All right. Might not be able to have a call with Nathaniel. We'll see later. He's working on it. But great to see you, Real Playlist. And so we'll slide on through here. And I'll take a look at Cash App. Looks like maybe we have some of Nikki Fuentes's followers showing up saying things like pee pee poo poo. But our great Franklin won't have any of it. Whoa, here we go. 07s and raucous emojis for the real Marco. The real Marco. He doesn't wear a foam jacket like the Marco in Florida. This one financially gifting $20. God bless you, good sir. Says, just started Prometheus Rising last night. Epic. Epic and based, my good friend. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. Let us know how you enjoyed. If you don't know about Prometheus Rising, folks, it is my fictional tale rewriting of the narrative of Prometheus. So don't think too hard about the lore the way it is. And it is didactic. You'll learn a lot about our people, strengths and weaknesses. And it is mythopoetic. So you might find the language very entertaining. We have another financial gift, a $1 from Marco. And thank you so much, good brother. And he says, why can't I super chat on YouTube? Well, they discriminated against me and they took away my ability to have financial gifts on YouTube, which is not exactly a terrible thing because Google takes 33+%, unless I'm wrong, in my experience, of your money when you financially gift on any of their platforms. So, but look into it for yourself to see. But yeah, they took that away from me a long time because why? I care about white people. The anti-whites watch all this. They have their anti-white, their artificial intelligence can listen to everything I say and then will print out very easily in this beautiful like web of this. These are his thoughts, beautifully depicted. So they know exactly out of tens and tens of thousands of things that I have said, exactly what I feel. So to persecute, to censor, to discriminate, to cut my mouth out, to knock my teeth out so that people can't hear me and thereby deny my freedom of speech, to do that is to admit that they're anti-white. They'll call me anti-white slurs, but it is to admit that they want to victimize white people. The last thing they want is somebody who cares about white people and is putting an end to that victimization. Art Acrobats here, financially gifting $4.09. Thank you so much, brother. And he writes, the 9 words. Atonement cannot be made for a crime never committed. Beautifully written. Atonement cannot be made for a crime never committed. You need to remember that, folks. The 9 words. Who was it the other day that said, was it Reptile? Who was it the other day that said the 14 words need to be replaced with something that works? And that's the 9 words. Go ahead and try if you've ever tried the 14 words in the real world, and then try the 9 words in the real world. It's crazy. Who do you want to get your leadership from? Let's just say it too. I don't think there's, for too long you have like this oppressive element that says you have to pay homage to somebody who went to jail, ostensibly, supposedly for the good of our people. I don't see that where the good of our people is done in the focus of hatred on others. I disagree. I fundamentally disagree. And I don't think that taking steps that are clearly illegal and all of society is going to oppose, and you're not going to engender support, and you're going to, in fact, you're going to engender hatred of you. And I know a lot of these nitwits are going to misunderstand what I'm saying, but that's because of their low IQs. But then they have somebody who is of this ilk in prison, and they're like, follow everything he says. And then when somebody of my stature says the 9 words, they're like, don't listen to him. Thank you so much, Art Acrobats. We also have here our dear and ever faithful sister, I Love Jesus Christ, financially gifting $10. Thank you so much. Another $10 from her. And she says, as always, she does, the most beautiful thing that can be said on planet Earth in any language for white well-being. Thank you so much. And one of our truest and long-serving champs, Fornal, financially gifting $5. And he says, thanks for all your hard work. Well, thank you for all your hard work, brother. And please make sure to drop your link for your channel so that folks can show up there tomorrow. Remember, Mondays are for the dragons, and that is Yiz and Fornal. All right. I'm going to come back. I'm going to get to more of your comments and financial gifts because it's looking glorious, folks. We're going to continue. We got some announcements. we're going to take a very short break. We are almost at 8 o'clock. So we'll see about how many of the comments that we can touch upon. But we're definitely going to be getting to calls, and we will do so right after a break and then a little bit of this following segment. You don't want to go anywhere, though. It's going to get amazing just when you leave. That's how it always works. Out in love. I want you to let those brothers and sisters around the base, let them know that even though the anti-whites wield so much power, that we are winning every contest with them, and that it's only a matter of time. Tell them that they can be more than they are. Tell them that they can stand up for Western kind, Western civilization, and everyone who lives in Western civilization of all immutable characteristics. Tell them that there's a way that they can stand up for it in love with the moral high ground. Be gentle with them at first. Coming out of a story that you thought was the real world is one of the hardest things that folks can do. If you go there with a true spirit and a true heart, with humility, you're going to win more souls than you'll ever turn away. And in the end, all of that will redound to the glory of our people and the reclamation of our destiny. It is so epic being with all of you today, making sure the audio is working. That, my friends, accidentally cut off his info. That was Donald Kent, American Zarathustra. It's a great song. Haven't played that in a while. Really enjoyed that. I was dancing a little bit. How's the mic? Can you hear me okay? I'm wont to do that because I can dance. Great to have Caleb and Simon JJ and everybody who has joined here later in the gathering. And we're going to jump right into, if you could please let me know if is the microphone still working well. We jump right into some announcements. And first one is that Western Kind Wellbeing newsletter by Final Blossom. He's got a brand new article out. Please go read it. I might even do a roll-in going free and read it. It's titled, Is Jason Köhne's Go Free, this book right here, the most important book for Westmen to read? Many would say yes. I appreciate, check it out. Magnificent. Final Blossom is a big time thinker. And somehow magically, he's like 2-3 minutes into the future. So if you're ever speaking with him and he's just like, yes, then it will make sense when the question occurs to you. But check it out. And think now, if you are an early adopter, like Lovely Porge has said brilliantly, I believe it was Lovely Porge. If you are an early adopter, you'll be able to say, I remember when the book was that thick. I remember when it was that thick. There are people who can remember when it was a pamphlet, but you'll be able to say, I remember it was a book that thick. And that's going to be really important because as this book gets bigger, it's not going to be thousands or 10,000s or even just hundreds of thousands who will come in after you. It's going to be a great many more than that. So Western Kind Wellbeing newsletter. And I don't know if any of the mods have that link, but if they do, please drop it and let me proceed. I want to mention again, Mondays are for the dragons. Discordant Dragons is Yiz the Eunuch and Unifier at 6 p.m. She has shared her link. Maybe she'll do it again if she's still awake. For Null, Dragon Synth Adventures starts at 8 p.m. Both of those are Eastern time. He will share his link if he has not yet, please, sir, or one of the other mods. Please be at those shows. We're building community, and where community could not be built before because it was just too superficial, and art could not be made again in contradiction to the mainstream because it was not built on a psychological defense. The Go Free method is the psychological defense against the psychological warfare waged against us. Trust me, it's going to seem glaringly obvious. It's like riddles. You get a riddle, you read a riddle, and you're like, oh my God, how? And then once you get the answer, you figure it out, or somebody tells you, then you're like, oh my God, that makes perfect sense. That's what everyone will say after we recapture our destiny, or even, I should say, prior to then, as more people find out that this really works, they'll see, oh, now I see art can work. New art can work in contradiction to the establishment because it's based in a psychological defense specifically designed to overcome the psychological warfare, i.e. anti-whiteism, that is waged against us. Now I see how the art can work. Now I see how the culture creation can work. It's not a matter of lack of talent. For God's sake, nowhere close. We have truly wonderful people. And for example, magnificently talented Final Blossom and For Null and Yiz. This past week, we had the great Jared George and I on tap had on Little Apostate. And it was a fun discussion, had a great time. As always, Jared George is one of the greatest interviewers of our age. And so it's just he has a delivery. It's like casual. It's the best questions. It inspires the interviewee to develop thoughts on the spur of the moment. And as you know, on tap, we have more, and that's the after party tap. We have more reveals than anywhere. people reveal things. They've said, this is the first time I'm sharing it anywhere, on tap than anywhere. And you think it's just two guys on a show on the internet. It's wonderful. So check it out if you get an opportunity. I wanted to ask everybody, what is going on? I asked last night, and I still haven't had a chance to look at it. What exactly is going on with Semiagog Oliver and his Twitter account? Is he suspended? I sent a message, but I haven't even had a chance to look to see. Oh, look, Carlisle was kidding. She was joking with me with that question. I thought so. I haven't even had a chance to see if he responded yet. So is he suspended? I mean, the account's there, so it hasn't been deleted. But if he's suspended, and I think No White Guilt Clips, his tweet about it was, Oliver was asking for some pressure, like people saying, hey, please restore Semiagog. Let's do that as a community. He's a great guy. We love Oliver, and we don't want the anti-whites victimizing him. So if that is something we can do, and that's what he needs, if he's not back yet, then maybe tweets tagging YouTube or Twitter rather, and I guess just asking, please restore Semiagog. That's the name of his Twitter account. Go over to No White Guilt Clips, or maybe one of the mods can share. Maybe No White Guilt Clips is here, his Twitter account, and you can look at mine as well because I retweeted his. So I guess just ask until we know more information about what we can do on his behalf. Let's see. Last night when I did the Roland Going Free, it was another one of Buddy Brown's videos, and he is this cuckold content creator, misleading and entertaining with his infotainment. The rank and file conservative Republican folks, wonderful people, salt of the earth folks, and he's misleading them. And in this video, the crux of it from last night is that baseless bravado perpetuates a false sense of strength relative to one's victimizer. And when you feel like you can endure anything our victimizer does to us, and when you feel like you can inflict commensurate damage, you don't do anything. That's the big problem today. One is that white people aren't doing anything about what's being done to us, about our victimization. They're not fighting back, and in a big way, the reason for this reluctance, this absence of activity, is baseless bravado, particularly among country type people. It's always, it can't do anything to me. Well, no, I guess also like a lot of like the city guys who think they're tough too. It's this, they can't do anything to me. So in this Buddy Brown video, this is the whole thing is what it was about. We're rednecks, he said. And he's just a poser redneck. I'm a real redneck. And he says, we're rednecks. And if they cut off our hose, we just reroute it. If they drop 10, he actually said 10,000 nuclear bombs on us, we would survive. This is this hubris, this baseless, hollow hubris. And the bottom line is, when you have this baseless bravado, it perpetuates a false sense of strength relative to one's victimizer. You end up doing nothing. Please check that video out, and please make sure to share that reality with people who are acting like the anti-whites. They just can't do anything to us because we'll just overcome whatever they do. BS. I also mentioned last night, because in connection to Buddy Brown and this, a bass doesn't know what the NASDAQ says. He'll just still jump on the lure. Shut up, you idiot. I mean, it's so vacuous. That in the woods, there is rapidly growing, and I share the data or the way it was worded in the articles last night that I tapped into. The Health Cleveland Clinic and also the Mayo Clinic's info, if you're going to believe them. about something called alpha-gal syndrome. And again, that's not a nerdy way of saying your best girl. Alpha-gal is passed from, and it's new since, I don't know, 10, 20 years ago or something like that. Maybe 10 years ago. Check it out for yourself. It is passed from the Lone Star tick into your bloodstream when you're bit. Not every single time, but it's happening. And I think the first year, they had a handful of people that got alpha-gal, and then it was up to the 30-some thousands now and growing. It causes you to have various degrees of allergic reaction all the way to death upon eating animal products. So if you think you're going to go live out in the woods, and interestingly enough, also the Lone Star tick, which had been had a range that really didn't move in the southeast, obviously toward Texas, range, suddenly is able to go into colder and colder climates. It's very interesting, and carry this whatever it is. What was it called? A sugar something or other. Galactose. I don't think I actually ended up reading that far, and inject into your bloodstream. And then all of a sudden you eat meat and you are having anaphylactic shock. Again, various degrees. So, I question these people who say, we'll just go live off the land like Buddy Brown, because what happens when you run out of EpiPens? I also want to share some great news. We have started to break free of the ice. I mean, maybe we can see this for sure. Maybe we can see this for sure. Let's see. Okay, I asked somebody earlier about the book Endurance, because that's that story about those white men exploring, doing the things that they do, and then they end up trapped in the ice for a year or whatever, and they had to eat dogs and all of this. So they survived, and the ice finally broke, and isn't that what happened? And then they sailed off, and so they I could kind of feels like maybe we're the ice is beginning to break. And so I just hit 11,000 followers on Twitter and 9,000 on Gab. So let's keep this going. Let's keep sharing. If we've built a little momentum and people are subscribing and they're interested and they're looking in, breaking free of this, maybe some of the censorship that they've been trapped us in over more than 2 years easily, then let's push harder. Once you get some momentum, it gets easier to acquire more momentum. So that's a great success. Some content creators I'm going to share really quickly. White People's Press, and that's at whitepeoplepress.com. Westman Media. I shared a clip from Westman Media earlier in the show. School of the West, schoolofthewest.world. Westman Media is on Odyssey. Discordant Dragons, that's Yes we've been talking about. Dragon Synth Adventures, that's for Null we've been talking about. No White Guilt Clips on YouTube. Western Kind Wellbeing Newsletter, that's Final Blossom on Substack. Lovely Paulridge on YouTube. Intellectual Embargo still, even though he's not making new content. And I think he's on Odyssey. Looks like I have Final Blossom maybe twice, I do. And Alternative, oh wait, no. Yes, and Intellectual Embargo, I mentioned him. And we have Alternative Voices Portal on Odyssey, also making clips. All of these people are, of course, on YouTube, because I would never recommend anybody who's not on YouTube, as you all know. The mailbag, the thaumatological mailbag, is empty, so we are going to be moving right into some of your comments, but I'm going to take a quick look at your financial gifts right after this 12-second bumper. All right. Let's take a look at these financial gifts, and I'm going to take a look at your. Wow, let's get out raucous emojis, 07s, V's for victory. For first last. The more raucous the emojis, the better. He has financially gifted $100. A financial gift of 100. Save our white baby dollars. God bless you, brother. We really appreciate it. And with these $100, he has written this. Please mention New Earth calendar. Please mention New Earth calendar. Thank you so much, brother. And what a champ. A $100 financial gift. Very meaningful. And we'll turn back around to here, and I'm going to get to all of your comments in the live chat as well. And first, we're going to jump over to Entropy. And we have Rory Herbert financially gifting $3 from across the pond. Thank you so much, good brother. He says, my daughter had a brain scan, and the image included the face of a hamster. Did I read it? Did I read it serious enough? I sent you a photo via Skype. Maybe you could put it on the screen. Even the doctor laughed at that one. Okay. I'll check that out while we have our calls. That's funny. I don't think a hamster was found. Was there a little wheel as well? Or did the little hamster have like a little sweatband on his forehead? Keep those raucous emojis out, ladies and gentlemen. In the 07s, 07 for Simon JJ, who also financially gifts the number 100, but he's financially gifting in pounds, British pounds, baby. Thank you so much, Simon JJ. 100 pounds from across the pond. And with those 100, save all of Western kind, one great white ring around planet Earth for the good of all peoples. He writes, my comment is in Entropy, chat posted separately. It's an Entropy chat. All right. Well, I don't suspect. It could have rolled off the screen. I'll look. I will look for your comment. Where can I put that widget? Because it only is showing me one. I have to move the widget. Let's see if I can do that. Yes. And then let's see what I can do with the widget. Can I? Come on. Give me some more room here so we can see what a 100 saving the entire white race around the world comment. Simon JJ. He says, another awesome show, Jason. As I'm speaking to people about how anti-white our society is, I've noticed an increased willingness to hear me out. This is significant. It is. So let's get big round of raucous emojis, 07s for this champ. 100 pounds. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you, Simon. Things are improving contextually, but that improvement is minor compared to your improvement. You see, I could give you a word, abracadabra. And if you went and I told you abracadabra works when you go to people, and you go out into the world and you say abracadabra, and people end up acting like, well, maybe, yeah, maybe. You'll say to yourself, well, abracadabra does seem to work a bit. But then as you get better, as you begin to unlock more of your potential that you didn't even know was there, like an eagle with its wings fettered to its body since it hatches, doesn't even know how to open its wings for flight, you are beginning to notice a difference. And you are attributing it in the wrong direction. Because now when you're going out to people, my brother, you're going out to them and you're not saying, hey, abracadabra. You're going out to them and you're saying abracadabra. And now they're saying, oh, yes, that's true. I can see exactly what you're saying. So, brother, the success is in you. This is what happens when you go free of the anti-white narrative. This is what happens when you begin treating yourself for these poisonous anti-white ideas that you've learned since your youth, rather than just using your conscious mind. And this is what everybody does. And this is where everybody gets it wrong. This is that really superficial, flippant way that people respond. They say, well, I just said when anti-white, or what they would call them something else, Marxist or whatever, when they say X, I just say no. That doesn't help you. That never improves you. That thought, that the same thing you learned that he's saying, the anti-white, you learned it when you were a child or somewhere quite young. There was no response for it that overcame it in a moral way. Consciously, you can say you don't know how to drive a car, but you still know. So these inappropriate, flippant responses get you and us as a people nowhere if you're one of those folks that are making those types of responses. What you put or had put in your subconscious mind is there until you begin contending with it. It still never leaves. But when you have something there that you're seating in your subconscious mind as well, in opposition to those anti-white ideas, it mitigates their influence. And as their influence is mitigated, what we were talking about earlier, your PTP goes up. Your what you begin to manifest gets brighter and more incandescent. It happens for everyone. It's not magic. I mean, if you want to think of it as a magic, well, be poetically or whatever, then be my guest. But this is a very tangible thing. Exoteric, not esoteric. It's very exoteric. So God bless you, man. That's fantastic. The more powerful you get, the more powerful we get. Thank you so much. And there he is, ladies and gentlemen, the great dude, bro moment. And you know what you have to do. Essentially, we'll just be able to say dude, bro moment, and it just means 07. Dude, bro moment, $50 reliable financial gift to putting an end to the victimization of Western kind around planet Earth with the Go Free method. He witnessed earlier in this stream where I absolutely dismembered, almost literally, that anti-white Harriet. And he decided $50 at a minimum testimonial to the success of this method. And he says here with it, for white well-being. God bless you, brother. What an absolute epic human being. We have Western Man is also over here on Entropy. $3 financial gift. $3 financial gift from Western Man. He says, what's a good MC for, quote, if it's not hateful to date your own race? If it's not hateful to date your own race, then why is it hateful to date outside your race? If it's not hateful, you're asking me to have a response for somebody, a premise that I reject. And so since I reject the premise, the unspoken premise, my response is to you is I'm not going to use the word, any of those words, is that it is biological white erasure for white people to reproduce with non-white people. That is, we interpret what happens in those unions, in those children, to be biological white erasure as a consequence of the union. So if every white person did it, then there wouldn't be any more white people. There would, all of those people, they could consider themselves maybe half white, but they wouldn't. So we consider it biological white erasure. So, but if you have some clarity for me, you can, since you're over here on Entropy, you can put it in the question widget. You don't have to financially gift again. But I would recommend to you, never use the word hate or hateful, because where the definition of hate and hateful matters is in the minds of the masses around us. And in the minds of the masses around us, hate and hateful is part of the anti-white locution spectrum that they use on us. So it means white people are being evil, racist, bigoted, etc. to non-white people. Just taking another look. I jump into the question widget and give me some more input. But when you set up, and folks, generally all of you, if an anti-white you always reject, I'll just say this, always reject any hypotheticals from an anti-white. When an anti-white says, what if, or starts a hypothetical anyway, just say, no, I always reject anti-white hypotheticals. I won't speak to it. Because they will build this, if this, then that. And in every scenario that they create, you'll be a villain no matter how you answer it, unless you're anti-white. So never do it. I have shut down so many anti-whites. Their entire repertoire of argumentation is anti-white hypotheticals. And so you're just like, nope, nope, nope. And then they're like, okay, well, I've got nothing else to say. Thank you. Have a nice day. It's that easy. All right, Western Man, thank you for that. Starshine Girl comes in with a $3 financial gift. Thank you so very much. And let's see, she has a link with it. And it's a U.S. News, but it says page not found. So could you please, and I don't see anything in the title of your URL that would tip me off to what you are trying to convey. So you don't have to financially gift again. You can jump in the question widget, try to get another URL for it, or get a screen. I guess you can't get a screenshot to share with me here because you can't share that in the question widget either. Nowhere. Just write the title of it then. Just write the title and it's U.S. News and I'll look it up. Thank you so much. That's $3 from Starshine Girl. And I know it doesn't look like we missed anybody. I'll check over here really quickly. And looks like Odyssey is empty. Hello, the folks there. And D Live. We didn't miss anybody. Let's jump right over to here real quickly, even though I am parched. Reptile writes, funny how same folks who've memorized, this is actually it. It was Reptile. This is what I was referencing earlier. Funny how the same folks who've memorized and exclaimed 14 words, and then he says parenthetically that failed, refuse to adopt 9 words that actually work. Ironically, the same historical figures they idolize would rebuke them as an embarrassment for repeating their failures. Get away from the ant-nat garbage, he writes, and go free. Thank you so much, brother. A true champion of the West, Reptile and his family. Unlocking Your Energy writes, I do believe, quote, One Ball Holly has significantly more white babies than the speaker does. That's what this guy had to say. And I pointed out to him that that's the case because of what we were talking about just earlier when it comes to relationships and pairing up and the damage done by anti-whiteism. Of course, this guy then had nothing further to say about that because he was just a provocateur. He was just wanting to cause problems. And we get rid of people like that. He also made some comments on some other channels as well. So we see you. Cool Papa Magic, Papa J Magic says the conditioning in America. And if you would like, by the way, to talk with me on the phone, you'll have to contact me on Skype. Then I call you, and we're going to be having those very shortly, almost right away. The conditioning in America and all of the West runs deep, man. It really is despicable that so many so-called conservatives condemn good people who focus on stopping anti-white attacks. It's like most are okay bringing up the fact that we're the only group you can joke about and discriminate against. But any good man of courage that comes out and says, quote, we must protect ourselves and look out for our group, close quote, ends up being abandoned and called all sorts of names by people on his, quote, own team. We are on a dark path, and I think many don't understand where this goes if we don't stop it, or they are in denial or whatever. We white people need to open our eyes before it's really too late. I just posted a similar comment on another video, and someone told me to check out your channel. So I'm checking it out. Isn't that awesome? This Cool Papa J Magic posted this somewhere, and then one of our heroes said, hey, you know what you should check out? Something that actually works. Head on over there to No White Guilt on YouTube. So it's YouTube.com/No White Guilt, nowhiteguilt.org. Head on over there and get healed. 12 seconds, and we're going to take calls. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're heading over. Let's see. Nathaniel at this point says, let's see. Okay, I'm going to call the great Nathaniel right now. It might not work because he's having connectivity issues. And if that happens, then maybe we can have him back another time. But we'll see. Good brother, here comes the call.
Hello.
I can hear you, brother.
Awesome. I apologize in advance for any background noise you might hear. You might hear some people chattering, maybe some highway sounds or a train horn. But I've decided these days I take all of my white positive phone calls in broad public.
All right.
With that said, there's a few things I would like to talk to you about.
Awesome.
First off, kind of just a general beseechment to the community at large. What are you folks doing not in a GFC? You guys really should get in there. Iron sharpens iron, and you'll never find a better community. This is the predication for all those real-life events that we want to see happen. So get in here, help us build the camp, set the perimeter, stoke the fires, hunt the boar, and have the feast ready when everyone else shows up. We need you in here. I know the mods have the GFC links. I'm counting on you, mods. Second, straight to business, Jason. Did you know there was an American Renaissance speech down at the university in Tempe, Arizona on Friday?
No.
I found this out about Friday at 2 p.m. while I was down in Sholo. And I was just a mess. And I flipped a coin and decided I was going to pack in everything into my car and go and check it out. And it was the local college Republicans. They were deciding to host Jared Taylor for a speaking event.
Okay.
No admission, free, win in. And I think I gathered a few useful insights that might be useful for any advocates that might want to go and canvass events like these for white well-being, and a few interesting observations and even a couple victories for the night. So the first observation, and probably the most key that I'd like to pass on to anybody who's looking to canvass a live speaking event where people are going out and, going to see someone dedicated speak, you can count on an anti-white mob there. And because of that, you can count on security concerns when it comes to admission and readmission. I was there with my in service to white well-being dog, and he had to go out eventually to use the restroom. And even just stepping out front of the door, I was not allowed back in, even though I hadn't passed the security checkpoint.
Wow.
So if you guys do go to one of these events to advocate, get in there, do what you need to do, and then leave. Because the odds are good, because of the threat of anti-white mobs, you won't be able to re-enter. Just real talk. One thing that I did find very positive, the guy who introduced Jared Taylor, he was the president of the Tempe College Republican Club, a lovely young lad. Went to introduce him and dropped several phrases right out of our lexicon, probably reiterated anti-white maybe 3 or 4 times in his preamble before Jared spoke. So we're reaching conservative spheres. People are starting to pick up on it and use it in real life and at public speaking events.
Awesome.
This is good.
Yeah.
Huge credit I want to put out to anybody engaged in activism, and especially the outreach team. I know they're grinding every day.
Yeah.
They're out there all the time. Among them, Biospirit, Smart Blonde, Natorifics back in the swing now. You know, all those good guys. We just got Azimuth Clark. Hats off to all of you. Looking forward to staying in the trenches and making this happen more and more and more. Mods, if you could please plug the outreach team email, that would be outstanding.
Yeah.
Moving on from there, I kind of glazed over when Jared Taylor talked. It was all crime statistics, this, and IQ that. It did really appeal to me too much. And at about that point, I left in the middle of it to step outside. And afterwards on the street, while I was walking around, I ran into a few folks who had attended the conference and spoke to them, you know, and mentioned, you know, like, yeah, he's talking about white advocacy, but have you heard of NoWhiteGuilt.org or the Go Free lexicon? And I was pleasantly surprised to see that maybe about 80% of the folks that I had talked to, out of maybe 20 individuals that I ran into in total after the event closed, had said yes.
Wow.
And I heavily encouraged them, Jason. Naturally, I would be remiss in my duties if I did not encourage them to go back once again and review it and spend more time with it and try and employ it in their own lives.
Cool.
So hopefully they do that. The awareness is growing. We're gaining speed. We're gaining traction. Keep at it, guys. It's a beautiful thing. I was ill-prepared. Like I said, I got down there on 5 hours' notice. I had no literature to hand out, no stickers, no nothing, but we're fixing that for next time. And then the last thing I found kind of interesting, too, is that, you know, a lot of these low-level anti-whites are just absolutely, positively terrified, yellow-bellied cowards.
Yeah.
After the event, I hopped onto a phone call with Patrick of Southtown. Love him to bits. Great kid. Wonderful guy. You know, and I'm walking back to my car, and I see a couple of these anti-white mobsters in their little black bloc getup.
Oh,
you know, and I'm on the phone, unapologetically dropping lexicon and talking about light well-being, and they walk by, and they're as pale as sheets. They didn't even approach me. So, you know, they just got biospiritually mogged, and yeah, it felt really good.
Oh, that's awesome.
Which brings me to a next interesting thing, Jason. This is the last thing I want to mention.
All right.
And what I've taken to taking all my white positive phone calls in public these days is that I think it's actually a surprisingly effective outreach methodology, Jason. Hear me out, if you will. How many times have you walked up to somebody, anybody, and you go in and you try to talk to them in the lexicon, and they instantly start trying to shut you down? This just happened on my walk, you know, down here into the town square. I'm talking to this guy, and we get into it. He's like, oh, yeah, you know, this, that, and the other. I'm like, well, yeah, that's the anti-white regime. He's like, no, it's the NWO. And I'm like, yeah, sure thing, buddy. I'll talk to you later. But yet, there's an interesting psychological phenomena that takes place, Jason, when somebody is on the phone. And that phenomena is the conditioning that you should not interrupt them when they are speaking.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You could go out to a nice public place, sit down on a speaker phone call, you know, everybody in earshot, speak nice, loud, calm, firm, look them in the eyes, all smiles, drop lexicon all days on end, and nobody challenges you.
Wow. I've never, that's brilliant.
It's beautiful, Jason. And it's kind of becoming a phenomenon, admittedly, within the Go Free clubs. We're calling it the BPE walk. That's a big Promethean energy walk, for those who don't know about the BPE. We're calling it the BPE walk. And great. The premise is you go out, you spark up a phone call with your advocate, and you talk about going free stuff in earshot of every single white person you can in a nice, pristine public place. And see, my reasoning is this. If reading the lexicon is good, speaking the lexicon is better. Speaking the lexicon in casual conversation, uninterrupted, is best. People need to, how did the anti-white narrative get so strong? You know, it was uncontested. Every single environment that we occupied, It's blasted ubiquitously and nobody stops it. Nobody even speaks out against it. But I think that for the average common person, just see someone coolly, casually, calmly speaking out against anti-whiteism in a public place does them wonders.
Yeah, that's
so we've go ahead, Jason.
No, I was just saying I love it. Keep going.
Absolutely. So we're actually trying to organize a mass community effort. A couple of the other guys have gone about and done a couple of these walks themselves. Most notably, I'd like to nod towards Caleb, or a relatively recent arrival in our community.
Yeah.
But my God, that book has a big BPE. He's going out to the gym, sitting down in the middle of the restaurant attached while people are flowing in and out, and just having these heated talks with me for hours on end about anti-whiteism in front of public people. And they're walking by and they're smiling and they're nodding. And they're like, he gets it. Just want the victimization of my people to end. Yeah. Hey, that guy's got balls. He's speaking unafraid. Good on him.
That's awesome.
Or Patrick of Southtown, for example. He took one right through a casino.
Wow.
It was brilliant. Right through a casino, just walking around. Nice and loud, firm, positive posture, and people started circling around him like moths around a campfire, Jason.
Wow. That is awesome.
Just one guy, like a couple guys trying to get closer to him, listening in like, is that okay? What's he saying? Or that's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Me, I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie. So I like to go into areas that lean a little bit anti-white, but are still relatively pristine.
Yeah.
And like to put anti-whites on full notice. Because I'm training them, Jason.
Yeah.
I'm training them to sit down and shut up when somebody speaks about white positivity.
That is. That's so magnificent. Nate is fire, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see. He's a force of nature.
In fire burning in my belly lately, Jason, since I joined the Go Free clubs. I don't know if you know this, but Mr. V is a forger of men.
He is.
He will help you find your brass balls and put them on and walk around in public with them swinging, unapologetically denouncing anti-whiteism within earshot of all these lovely people in the cafe who are nodding with me right now.
Wow. He's actually doing it as he's recommending it.
Yeah. So I'm encouraging people. We're organizing a big Promethean energy walk. We're going to pair people off in teams. You're going to take a call with another advocate, you get to hone your Go Free lexicon.
That's
you get
great.
to go out in public, spread the word. You're a loudspeaker in a public place, contesting the anti-white narrative in an insulated way. You're relying on the conditioning that people have already received not to interrupt. And it works. And just blast it around. Call out the anti-white propaganda on the television screens in Walmart. Call out the anti-white news blasting over the radio in the grocery store. Oh, yeah. Talk about the white erasure photos in the clothing store, wherever white people congregate. So who can participate? Anyone going free, obviously.
Yeah.
Anyone who's not afraid to go out in a public space and do this, obviously. Where should you do this? Somewhere pristine, ideally, because those are the areas we need to reach. With that said, we'll be organizing through the open chat on Telegram. We're going to be running tomorrow. Admittedly, I know it's for the Dragons, and I just realized this upon watching the stream, and I feel a little bad. But at the same time, I don't, because, well, not everybody will make that. And what if you need to go out to the grocery store? Well, come on through real fast. Hop on a call. And feel the adrenaline. My God, Jason, it feels so good to take the muzzle off verbally in public. It really does.
I bet.
I think I haven't done the public bit before, man. Most of my activism has been online, but I'm getting hooked. I'm getting addicted to actually speaking the words in real life. It feels so nice.
Oh, and it works so well because it is a curative contagion. People will hear, and then you're absolutely right. I mean, they're not being like confronted with and then challenged with a lexicon that they haven't heard before. They're like catching a secret somewhere, and they can see how, wow, that could help me in my arguments when I'm talking with others at family, work, etc. And yeah, they'll absolutely pick this up. So I love this BPE.
I think one of the greatest merits of it, and this is something we've learned in the outreach team during our activism, is that one thing that's very biospiritual to white people is that we hate the idea that somebody's trying to sell us something.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And this entirely flips it on its head. We are trying to get you to take notice of something, but we're not doing it by directly approaching you. Yeah. We're doing it by saturating your environment with it to a degree that you can't ignore it.
This is great.
Get in on the secret. So I've enjoyed some successes. Caleb's been rocking it, man. That, like I said, that guy's got some big BPE. You know, Patrick, he's rocking it. And yeah, so I'd invite you guys to all join. We're organizing through the Open Chat Telegram. Many of you are in there. If you aren't, feel free to come along. We will be doing this tomorrow. I'm reckoning we are starting at 5 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll be running till sundown Pacific, whenever that is. I will be there. I will be standing by, willing to pair people off or partner with anyone who doesn't have one. And I'm probably going to take a stroll right through the university here in town when I do so, because, like I said, a bit of an adrenaline junkie, and I like putting anti-whites on notice. Oh, well.
Man.
So, yeah, come on through. Join us. It'll be a great time. And if not, you know, you got to go out to the grocery store, wherever. Yeah, hop on a phone call. It'll be a blast.
Thank you so much for everything you do in service to white well-being. You are a force of nature. We love you, man. And you're welcome to call whenever. You don't have to wait a certain amount of time. But I can't wait to hear about.
I know, Jason. I just I try to be polite and let others have their turn. Speaking of which, I'd be remiss if I did not mention one more thing.
Okay.
What do I have to do to get BPE in the lexicon?
Well, if it's working, I mean, it's got to be submitted, you know, scientific method. And if it's out there, if it's working, then it gets in.
It's the imperative our boys need, man. You know, we go hard on the BPE and the Go Free Club, man. It's a good time.
All right, man.
I Caleb put me to it. Blame him. With that said, brother, I think I will leave you to it. I have some other ends that I have to take care of for tonight.
All
and
right.
Yeah, I hope to see you guys there. And let's do some broad spectrum biospiritual public assertion.
Amen. Promethean hails, brother.
Promethean hails, Jason.
All
Love
right.
you to bits. Take
Bye-bye.
it easy.
Wow. How about that nature? That was that energy, that force of nature. That, I mean, Nate is magnificent, isn't he? That really works. It actually, I see that happening very successfully. I remember there was a study. I'm not recalling all of it right now, but maybe I'll try to look it up later, or enough it will come back to me. But it was about people being on the phone in your presence, and that it's like the ultimate disruptor of your concentration, because your mind, this is what it was, your mind keeps trying to fill in the missing part of the conversation. So you're hearing very clearly everything that's being said. So this, what he's talking about here, you're on the speakerphone. A hearer will be able to hear the other person to various degrees. They'll be able to hear you clearly. And but they'll be drawn into that conversation. That is fantastic. That is really, and I'm thinking now about, you know, throughout my life when I've been on the phone talking about I'm always using the lexicon. I'm talking about anything socio-political. And there have been a lot of times when people around me are suddenly like perking up, like I'm talking about like the best stock to buy or something. It gets their attention, and in a good way. So that's magnificent. Hey, and look, the great Raymond Foster, he and I are competing to become more diplomatic. He's here. He's multi-talented wizard from down under. You probably know him well. The great Raymond Foster. Great to see you, good brother. How about that? Nate is truly, that was some great energy, wasn't it? Let me take a quick look over here, and we have some questions that I won't be able to get to today, but I'm going to be doing some roll-ins this week because there's a bunch of stuff to look at. There's another video that Carlisle told me about by this Misha girl, and then we got that video that we were talking about earlier that I want to review. And so I'll address these questions as well as the rest of the community comments that I have here in front of me. But we have Renault White Wolf asking, it says, I tipped you on Subscribestar. Please give us some MCs for reaching friends who are MGTOWs, finding white positive women and reaching out to women vagues. That's a magnificent question, and I will absolutely give that ample time. So thank you so much for that, because we have drawn a lot of good people out of the MGTOW movement because it's just destructive. They want a life. They want to have a family. They want to be a success. They want to reach the stars. And we want that as well, because a powerful, successful man is going to be far more powerful and successful for white well-being than a scrawny, hate-filled, sitting alone and video gaming and paying for whores online or whatever it might be. So fantastic. And I'll take a look to see so we can thank you on Subscribestar. 0022 also asking, so should I learn from my mother on what to avoid? Yes. Look for the signs of her type of behavior, what you came to hate about her, and that you saw as destructive, and then avoid that in a potential mate. Thank you. Alex Simpson saying, would you do another roast demolishing of a Jordan Kermit Peterson video? Yes, maybe I will. I have fun destroying him, and his followers, they sure do get bent out of shape because they think he's just infinitely. He beat up on his claim to fame was he refused the state mandating that he was going to have to call someone an imaginary male a male, an imaginary female a female. But he said, I will gladly say it if they ask me to. But I just don't like the state forcing me. That's how he suddenly had lights on him. And then he went on to attack and combat like feminism and claims of feminists, which of course is a subset of anti-whiteism, without addressing the anti-white nature of it. And that's really all there is to him. His followers think he's some sort of brilliant individual, which says a lot about them. You know, the folks that somebody thinks that a person thinks are bright or genius or whatever, says a lot about them. So be careful who you pick when it comes to intelligence. It says far more about the person making that claim than it does about the person to whom the claim is directed. Now we're going to jump on over to, I have no problem intellectually running circles around him. We do have Rory's picture of his daughter's brain that I'll take a look at here. We have Mr. V is next on the phone. If anybody else would like a phone call, we are running out of time. We're going to reach out to the great Mr. V right now. Actually, let's see if I can do this. And we'll reach out to the great Mr. V right now to hear what he has to say. But we did have some questions. All of the links for the folks who head up, the champions who head up GFCs are in the description right now. You can find their emails and you can reach out to them. The link for the open White Wellbeing chat is there as well as the link for, or I guess the email for the outreach teams, the OT. And you can reach out to folks there. I saw a question about what is a going free club, GFC. It is exactly as it sounded. These are clubs. They can be organized, and Mr. V will talk about it too. They can be organized around any sort of interest, but they sociopolitically always, they can be in person, they can be online, they can be both, but they are always focused on the practice of going free. So you might it might be a club for people who like to play pool together, but when you get together to play pool, you are using the Go Free lexicon. You are talking about your progress through your journey, going free of the anti-white narrative. You do not bring to GFCs this garbage that you've been dragging around from the past about all the bad things happening to us, all the people that you want to just talk endlessly about that you think are responsible, and then the ways that you think it can be remedied. The Go Free method is the way to remedy it. So let's reach out to Mr. V and hear what he has to say before we're out of time tonight. No sound as of yet. We heard you. We heard the ringing, but no sound of you picking up. We heard the ringing stop. So you might have to. Let me see if I. No, I will. We just lost the call, so perhaps the connection was bad. I will place the call again. Give him just a second in case he's making a change on Skype. And then I'll replace the call. We can hear from our brother. BPE. BPE, folks. As Mr. V works on his... Just let me know, brother, when you have figured out here on Skype, and I will place the call immediately. Caleb is here. Let's get a big round of raucous emojis and 07s for Nate and Caleb and everybody else who else participated in it? Who else participated in these phone conversations and demonstrated their BPE? They give them a round of raucous emojis and 07s. That is epic, isn't it? So back to briefly about going free clubs, is that they could be all Christian, they could be no Christians allowed, they can be patriotic for the Western country that you're in. I've said many times that if you're going to have a flag present at a Go Free club, it's going to be the flag of the country you're in, because you are a patriot. That country, the Western country, is a manifestation of our biospirit on our environment. So to celebrate the country is to celebrate what we project. You can celebrate the country, what we project, as it's meant to be, and you're not endorsing what the anti-whites have done to it. But this is a completely different structure, and it's going to look very different from what you've seen in the past, because we need to be very different from what has gone in the past. What has gone and been implemented in the past has failed. And the anti-whites know exactly how to undermine it. And so it's not going to look like that. It's going to feel a little awkward because of it. I know what you're going to be looking for. You're going to be looking for some sort of a statement of beliefs and the flag or the logo for the club. There's not going to be anything like that. We're not children. We're adults. And, they're also not going to be like any, everybody's going to go to a field and we're going to wear camo and we're going to practice, kung fu in the field or whatever it might be. We're not going to do anything like that. That doesn't mean you can't go and practice like with a friend you make at the Go Free Club. Practice combat or some hand-to-hand combat or shooting or things like this that you're interested in. But what it does mean is that we are the real thing. We are adults, and we're not playing as the antagonistic person in the anti-white narrative. So Mr. V heads up sort of the GFCs, and he he's a contact person. You can reach out to him. You can speak with him about becoming a member and of one. And as I said, you can be a member. You can be a member of a club that is IRL, that meets IRL, or you can be or a member of a club that is just on the internet. The club you're a part of can be both internet and IRL. It is open. It's very malleable. So it looks like we have Mr. V back. I will place the call. We'll see if it works. Now we've got him back though.
I think it's working now. How's it going, brother?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you? And what's on your mind after that great performance from Nate with his BPE?
Well, that's exactly what we've been calling it. Thanks to him, he started the whole BPE thing, and it's been a very funny meme. But it's kind of transforming into more than that. As you can hear, Nate is very excited and he's very inspiring. We started also calling him Coach Nate.
That's great.
Yeah, as a bit of a half joke. I'd never told you this before, brother, but I was waiting to do so until later, but I think I can do so now. So we started adding push-ups to music night.
Oh, wow.
So every time it's your turn, if you're a man, we don't have anything for women yet, but that will come. If you're a man, you have to do push-ups every time it's your turn to choose a song. And Nate has been helping me to challenge guys to do more push-ups and to, finish with the last song, to max out in terms of reps, etc. So that's why we've been calling him Coach Nate as a bit of a half joke. That's also got some half truth to it.
That's fantastic. That is men of the West. That's the kind of thing that we should absolutely be doing. I mean, my father, and I write in my my book, my father had me doing push-ups and sit-ups very early. He invited me initially every night to do push-ups and sit-ups as a very young child, and then I kind of participated much of the time. And then it was less of an invite, and so it was all of the time, and I became very strong as a consequence. And it is good for a man to be. Nobody has to be like a powerlifting champion, but it's good to, if you're a man, to be working your body and making it strong. So that's a great idea.
Yeah, strength is one of the core masculine virtues, and you shouldn't grow to be an old man without having a sense of, control over your body. You should know what your own strength is like. You should look to maximize your potential, to make your potential manifest as far as how strong you can become, right? Try to pursue it to its limits. And so it started off, just 5 push-ups, then 10, and then 15, then 20, and on and on and on, right? Trying to increase the number, and just that bit more volume in your weekly training routine, that does help, and that does play a role, right?
Oh yeah, without question. And the fact also, I love that it's paired with an intellectual pursuit, because a man of the West is well-rounded. He's not just in the gym, he's not just in the classroom, but he's well-rounded. So, and especially like we talked about that. Where's that meme? I have it all. Put it up on the screen. We have to talk about that. Do a maybe a roll in for that. But this comment by Thucydides, a Greek way back in the day. The society that separates its scholars from its warriors will have its thinking done by cowards and its fighting by fools. We have to live by that. That has to be, we've gotten so far away from that, that we need to chisel that like above every one of our thresholds to our homes. That has to be of the utmost importance.
Yeah, absolutely. There has to be an expectation for men, how strong they are. what we look like physically. And women, of course, we know women have always had a male standard in mind, right? It's only for men that this, great variety of bodies, etc., appeals to. Make no mistake, gentlemen, women are expecting you to look like a Greek or Roman statue, and there's nothing against them. That's a good thing. I don't discourage women from wanting tall men, but they sure as hell will not be discouraging us from wanting, shall we say, pure women. I think everyone gets what I mean by that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So male demands and female demands are fine. The only issue now is that because of anti-whiteism, there's all these demands upon men, but men are pushed away from, and it's made difficult for men to exact any demands upon women. There's no expectation. I don't know if you mentioned this before, brother, or if we talked about it, but I think the whole idea of, men are made, women are born, I think that's a bit of an MP.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we have not talked about that.
Yeah, I don't like this idea of women are just born, as if they don't have to go through initiation rituals and they don't have to act like women, etc.
I agree with that. I agree with your thoughts there.
Yeah, for sure. That being said, I don't want to take up too much time. We did an impromptu GFC event, which was boxing. We streamed the Sam Hyde versus I Am Thompson fight, the boxing fight that Sam Hyde took part in.
Okay. What was that like?
It was hilarious.
Oh my gosh.
Well, Sam is not a trained boxer, but to see these over 6 foot tall men, and Sam just punches really hard. It was just a lot of fun. He did a character that he calls the Irish Candyman.
Oh my gosh.
At the end of the fight, the best thing, the funniest thing he did was he called out Hassan Piker.
Oh, now I've seen that clip. That was funny.
Yes. So, brother, the funniest thing is that Hassan gave us an opportunity. He responded to Sam's call out, which was clearly a joke.
Yeah,
clearly a joke.
It was obviously a joke. Yeah.
Yeah, he called him a mentally ill Nazi. Yeah, and that gave us the opportunity to start going in the comment section and describing him as an anti-white coward, pointing out how Nazi's an anti-white slur. Patrick made a hilarious meme using part of Sam's speech. Let me see if I can get it for you. Here, it is so funny. Let me see, where is it? Yes, that's it. That's the meme that Patrick made. It's really, really good.
Call out anti-whites like the ancient Irish did. Oh, that is funny.
Right, because Sam said that and wear his skin like a coat, like the ancient Irish did, as a bit of a joke.
Yeah.
So, because Hassan's an anti-white, Patrick put call out anti-whites like the ancient Irish did. And we think that's we're going to be making memes, trying to put our lexicon in there and keep this going because it's very funny. And Hassan's reaction was also what you would expect from an anti-white coward. And this got our guys really, really amped up. I could tell our guys enjoyed this. And Sam's got, from what I can tell, most of his audience is white. So trying to put our lexicon into his comments and into his fan base, I think is a good idea. And this is a good wave that we can ride. Also, I don't know if you know this, brother, Hassan said that America deserved 9/11. There's a clip of him saying that.
Really?
Yes. And this is the same guy who would say punch a Nazi. And now he's calling Sam Hyde a mentally ill Nazi. So here would be his opportunity, right, to be the valiant anti-white and punch a quote Nazi. But somehow he doesn't want anything to do with Sam Hyde, who's like 6'5" or whatever, and punches hard like a train. Somehow he doesn't want anything to do with that.
Well, gee, I wonder why. I wonder what that might be.
Yeah, I wonder too. So that's what we've been doing. And the push-ups for music night, that's been going on for some weeks. Next Tuesday, we're going to do comedy night, just alter things a little bit, shift things up. We've been keeping up with the movies. Inception was fascinating, brother. I would recommend that you watch Inception because right from the beginning, they're talking about ideas. What's the most dangerous parasite? DiCaprio's character says, and then he goes off about ideas, how they're the most virulent and resilient. And the whole movie is about implanting your idea in someone else's head and having them believe that it rose naturally.
Really?
From them. Yes.
That's Inception.
And they talk about the subconscious. He says, I can't control my subconscious, remember? So they talk about how positive emotion trumps negative emotion. It's not a movie for us. There are MPs. There's implied white erasure. But as far as the themes, it's all themes that people in the Going Free community would be interested in. I think this is a good movie for you to do a breakdown of, brother. If you'd like. It is a bit long, 2 hours and a half, but you and Miss Carla could watch it together.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. And I just posted that meme. They call out the anti-whites like the ancient Irish did.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, brother. Patrick will love that.
Was it Patrick who was also in on the phone calls, doing the phone calls that Nate was talking about? Whoever, celebrate everybody who was
it was him and Caleb.
Caleb.
Patrick also helps a lot with the vetting, as does Franklin, as does Nate. Our other guys, they want to help too, but sometimes people are busy. So whoever can join us for vetting, who's part of the vetting teams, they usually join us when they're not busy. That's the thing about our community is all the guys are already doing one thing. You can count on them already doing a bunch of different things. Delegating tasks is something we're going to be looking into, because it would be good for these folks to focus on their specialization, brother?
Yeah,
that would be good. Yeah. So, but all of that happens the more people join the community. They join the GFCs, they join the outreach team, they get connected with other people, Yeah, we can make a lot of things happen.
Yeah, absolutely, without question, and we keep making things happen. So and it's so much of it. Each person is pulling their load, and that's one of the big things about success is that there aren't any free riders. Everybody is showing up, and they're pulling or they're pushing a little bit, and together, then it makes a mighty force. Even with people only able to by way of charity, give their time, because obviously we can't do this for a living. So it's got to be charity, at least not yet. But enough of us with enough skill and enough time contributed can move mountains, and that's what's happening. Right
on. And Patrick and I were talking about this, brother, because there are people in our community who are not fully in our community or have been around for a while but are inactive, and these people are kind of do-nots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're kind of do-nots, and nothing against these folks, but I can tell that a lot of their pain and their frustration and their depression and their problems come from the fact that they're not active, and because they're not active, they have questions about the practice, questions about the future. They're not as integrated into the community as others, and they're not getting a lot of the benefits that other people are experiencing. So this really is a practice. It is not passive. If you're not doing it, you're not getting the benefits. If you're not sowing, you're not going to harvest later on.
Amen.
Yeah.
That is so true.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was just said that's so true. So very true.
Yeah. And we're at halfway through Prometheus Rising, brother. Halfway through Prometheus Rising. And we just did another session of book club today. And Patrick's almost finished his book club, almost finished with Go Free.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's epic.
Yeah, and then because then he's going to move on to Prometheus Rising. In my book club, we'll either move on to Crucible or something else that aligns really well with Go Free. The vocabulary building, we're still doing that course, and we're about, I think, 6 lectures away from finishing. But it is very, very useful for anyone who's in the Go Free community. It will help you create new words that we might need, new MCs, and just the ability to explain it to other people and give it that validity, right? if you understand language at a really deep level, you can give it that validity that a lot of people are looking for, especially people who look up to, you know, academic peacocks, etc.
Yes. Yeah, precisely. Very well put. And this is happening nowhere else, and has not happened anywhere else in the white sympathetic sphere. It's truly something remarkable, and it's because of real champions like yourself, Patrick of Southtown, was it Anglo-America, Nate, Rhetoric, so many great and wonderful people. They're stepping up and demonstrating that they are the one, they are the chosen one. And it's their efforts that are changing the world. And you're right. You're so right in connection with that. This is a practice, and a lot of people, they're stuck in their ways. They just want a community of like-minded people to hang out with. And the ones that have shown up to just hang out have their nature is, or they've been able to rein themselves in so that they don't engage in the way that they would have with other groups, maybe before coming to Go Free or even now. We did have people, you know, over the years, we I guess uncover people, maybe to say, and we figure out how their little sort of acrimony inserts itself every now and again, and then you find out, oh, this person actually is also in these other live chats and comment blogs, etc., saying the exact opposite, being as white negative as possible. So it is something that is not going to make your life better, make you better, change our world without you doing it. You have to actually do it, like eating right and working out. It's a practice. It's not a book you read and then set up on the shelf for everybody to see that you've done it. You've been through it. Great points tonight, brother.
Yeah, you're correct. And it's all about doing the practice. And one thing, because people can fall off the horse and it is a movement of redemption, don't let shame put you off coming toward the right path, toward coming to the service of love, hope, and redemption for our people. Because you be using racial slurs, you might still be in, you know, white negativity, etc. Don't let the shame of that hold you back from then getting back on the white stallion.
Yeah.
Don't let the shame hold you back. You know, purge that, recognize what that is. That's negativity, and what we're doing is positive ethnocentrism, because positive emotion trumps negative emotion.
Every single time.
Every single time, absolutely. One final thing, brother. Remember when we talked about Francis Ford Coppola saying in the Cannes Festival in 1979 that his movie was Vietnam? In the Heart of Darkness director's commentary, he says that he regrets that, and he felt embarrassed that he even said that. So
really,
I got to give the man his credit. He said he felt embarrassed at having said that.
Wow.
Yeah. So Hollywood is not history.
Hollywood is not history, folks. It absolutely isn't. Well, brother, you are amazing. Anything else to say before we let you go?
No, just thank you, brother, for everything that you do for White Wellbeing every single day, every single second. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who does the same. Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails. Bye-bye. Now,
Bye-bye.
that was the great Mr. V, ladies and gentlemen. What a glorious hero. You can hear the energy. You can hear the positive, life-changing affirmation. You heard it obviously with Nate as well. People are actually going out with energy and love and positivity in their step and making a difference for white well-being, interrupting, unsettling, rebuking anti-whites wherever they want to show up and proudly feign that they are moral or superior because of it, or ethical, or whatever it might be. This has not been done, and it's to be part of history. It's so exciting because of it. And looking back, if you could imagine the recapturing of our destiny as a movie, this would be the part of the movie where it's getting excited. They're building momentum, and it's something that they have the secret key. The good guys have the key that defeats their victimizer. And so now it's gonna come to a crescendo. The application of the key again and again, it's gonna bring everything to a crescendo, and they will have the day in that flick. You're going to want to be a part of that. You're gonna want to be a part of that revolution of thought, of society. You're gonna want to transform your life the way these folks are transforming their lives for the better. For the better. It's actually happening now. Not just people in the white. Think about the big change, the white sympathetic sphere, the way it's always been. So stolid, so much inertia, pushing it in the same direction of white negativity, of job loss, of broken relationships, children hating their parents, wives and husbands hating each other. That's where it's been headed. And nothing, it seemed, would ever be able to change that course. But we are doing it. We are changing that course. We are breaking away from that. And as we draw more and more of the quality people away from that infernal train, if you will, loses its mass and loses its inertia. It loses the energy to continue chugging down the tracks and ruining the resistance to anti-whiteism that it has effectively done for so many generations now. We had Renault White Wolf financially gifted $25. God bless you, and thank you so very much for that. Please, folks, 07s, raucous emojis here at the end for Renault White Wolf financially gifting $25, and we will revisit your comment and address it. Address your comment. And I just got another piece of big news here at the very end of Going Free today. I think we'll share. Well, maybe I'll share it right now. We'll see. But I got a big piece of news. The Great Sloths has stepped up on Cash App with $1 financial gift. Thank you so much, champ. And he says, Porridge just released the awards for the What is Anti-White contest. It was just released. So I'm not going to be able to talk about it today, but you can check it out over at their creators website. Maybe we could, our YouTube page, we could drop that link maybe, and that would be wonderful. Thank you, whoever's able to do that. And you can check it out. You can see who won, and maybe tomorrow before the dragons, the dragon lords do their thing, I will come in briefly, maybe an hour, and we'll talk about that. How exciting, how epic and magnificent that the competition has come to fruition. And thank you, Slots, for letting me know about, and Kindred Creators Franklin, thank you so much, good sir, for dropping that. Thank you so much for getting that to me before we wrapped it up here tonight. Jeez. This is, folks, I mean, we're moving again. We are growing again. Despite the anti-whites, with all of their blockades, despite everything that they are doing to us, we're moving again. And it's getting increasingly exciting as a consequence. What can stop us now? We have the psychological defense for the psychological warfare that's waged against us. It works. We've demonstrated it working in numerous languages used across the West, in personal conversations, and in a contention with the media in these countries. We've demonstrated it now for a great many years. We have these wonderful competitions, and big thank you to Rhetoric and Lovely Porridge for putting that together, and a big debt of gratitude to everybody who participated. I'll obviously talk more about it when I get an opportunity to see how it shook out. I watched all of the videos. They were all glorious. Please do check them out if you haven't, and share them with all your friends and family, because this is a great way to spread the wonderful work that we are doing, the concepts that actually change people's lives. It's very easy to get into our story where you are the hero, where we decide what the good guys look like and who are the bad guys. It merely is the concepts that you use to discuss these matters. That's all there is to it. And it's not like there's a myriad of them. You learned more jargon for your work than you have to learn for the Go Free method. Think about that. To ensure that there'll be more Neil Armstrongs to walk on other planets, that there'll be more Copernicuses, that there'll be more Leonardo da Vinci's, that there'll be more, so many of our heroes, Robert E. Lee's, that there'll be more of those. You only have to learn and apply less jargon than you had to do for your living, for whatever that is, however important that might be. It's nowhere close to as important as the work you do in service to white well-being, the work that you're doing for yourself and your family, our society. We are being bequeathed a West that is far worse than our parents and their grandparents received it. And we have the option. We can either pick up the tools that are demonstrated to work to recapture our destiny so that we can be in the parables and the songs and in the storybooks of generations to come, or we could do nothing. And those of us who remain in the generations to come, as they dwindles further and further, will curse us and our names to hell for every day that we sat by and partied or ignored what was going on, as insulated ourselves as much as we could. That's not what happens here. That's not what's going to happen for those who pass through this bottleneck, genetic bottleneck that we are facing in our contention with anti-whiteism. There's only one way out of this that we accept. And I know that you are with me in this, from now to the very end, to that victory, to that sunrise in the West. We're going free. I love you. And you know the words. Let's go free.